All right, we are live for the fourth session of this. Yes, fourth session of this. Thank you everybody for joining us either live or more likely later on the VOD because this is early in the morning for us Americans. Uh, but yeah, so I wanted to do brief preamble this time, and then I've got a couple of things to catch up on because I had totally forgotten where we had left off, to be honest, until they had reminded me that, oh, yeah, they started investigating the Wizard's Tower right at the end of last session. So, one of those things I mentioned because, one, it's been a little bit, and second, it didn't really come up last session, is just a quick reminder that you guys know how to play the game pretty much by now. Roll your own stuff if you want to. Don't wait for me to prompt you for something. And the quick caveat of because it's a module and we're playing in a preordained setting, part of the 3D is going to be if you roll knowledge checks, it's obviously going to be really difficult to describe that success yourself. It's not really going to be information that you can generate. So I'll say something like it's common knowledge that, or
I consent for you to introduce knowledge in my game.
right. That was something that I had thought about last session where I was like, oh, wait a minute, how are they gonna? Because if you're prompting a knowledge check, you're clearly looking for external information. Yeah.
This is the Game of Thrones. It is known, and
Yeah.
everyone says it is known.
Yeah.
Like, do you know it? Well, do you live here?
Yeah.
The people
Right.
know, but you can
Right.
decide.
Right, exactly.
It is known.
And then, yes, thank you, Conway, for that quick reminder on difference between swift and immediate actions. Which in most cases, the swift action will tell you, like, you get it with another thing. So
yeah, we got the actuallys of the rules like before the game.
yes, which I would in general
now.
recommend you do here. Something I was going to say beforehand, because I need to make a standalone video on Andy's Gone. Well, the preamble will be.
He is such a fordeer that as soon as you talk about game mechanics, he's out, man. He's an ephemeral being. The game rules keep him away from the table.
Oh my god!
Very similar, man. He was having tech issues before, right?
Dude, I have too. I'm surprised it went off pretty seamlessly for me this time.
Yeah.
Okay, there he is. He's back.
Welcome back.
I'm back.
All right, there we go. What I was going to say. Yeah. Something I like about running modules, especially with technology, is that usually you'll have like the map of an area, like they're going into a manor at this point, and then you'll have the little descriptions of what each room is. And I'm not reading through the whole, some of these rooms have multi-paragraph descriptions, and I'm like, okay, give me a basic gestalt, and then I'll run off of that. It's a kitchen, etc.
Yeah.
But you'll be looking at like C3, and then you'll be scrolling back up, and in some poorly designed maps, C3 is not connected to C4 and 5. It's connected to C9 for whatever reason. And so then you're like scrolling back up to the map, or in physical book, flipping back and forth. Well, on a computer, I can just snipping tool the map and then just have the map in a small window off to the side and go, oh, that's C3. Okay, that's how these rooms are connected. So you're not creating an accidental, magic fun house where none of the rooms make sense connected to each other.
Yeah, totally.
So yeah, that was something I was catching up on really quickly. Any other questions since we had last played? I know you guys were mentioning combat maneuvers before we had started the stream.
There's a couple of there were so many delays, so like the stuff that I did look up, I just kind of forgot over the 3 weeks.
Right.
So other because lots of combat not just combat maneuvers, but traits have changed with using your third-party supplement, the elephant in the room, so that they work differently. And it's gonna affect my character because stuff like Scorpion Stance being a completely different thing, like working different, and I don't have all of that ready at my fingertips, but I will try to like play it as well as possible, so it's not gonna interfere with the role play, and hopefully it's not gonna make my character look like a total fool. It's like I'm a bit worried of being wonky in that area, because I looked at a bunch of feats, pretty much. Are they called feats? I forget.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, looking at a bunch of feats, and then looking at Elephant in the Room and realizing, oh wait, those have been removed. I cannot pick them, or they've been combined, and getting a bit lost in the sauce there.
Yeah, and I've been playing with that for years, so I'm well acquainted with it at this point. So yeah, just ask me on anything. Like dodge mobility is combined, for an example, off the top of my head. Powerful maneuvers and deft maneuvers is a big one. And
Yeah.
then because let me just look up real quick. Scorpion Stance.
Yeah, the Scorpion Stance is the one I picked specifically for the level up.
Yes. Oh, okay. That one's really simple. And
I can do everything to creatures
Yeah.
category larger.
you can
by
do
using my
yeah.
key points to do it even bigger creatures. So I can chokehold the ogre, or I
Yeah.
can chokehold the stone giant.
Yeah.
If I
That
go
that
Super Saiyan.
one is really nice. I know I've made, I beat a dead horse about balance not really not being the end all be all, but it is really nice to not have the issue of I built my badass monk and it's not harder to grapple this giant. I physically cannot do it, rules is written. It just won't let me do. Yeah. So I guess instead of, the game has no issues with me running up to the giant and punching him in the shin to death, but I can't grab onto his leg for, whatever reason. So, so yeah, that is
Absolutely.
that is something that's nice. All right. Preamble over and done with. Quick recap and then let's get into it.
Let's do it.
Yep.
All right, right on.
Cue the music,
I've
DJ.
I'm in initiative order. Was just making sure on that. And then another reminder on that. I'll roll initiative for the enemies. Everybody else is just always in initiative order. So we'll be going back and forth.
Clockwise, right?
Yeah. Turn my music way down. It was so loud.
Sounds good.
There we go. Okay. Now I don't rewatch our sessions. I just, from memory, make it more organic. Last session, the party had an audience with the Baroness. Baroness Devi answered some of the questions that the group had about the town of Bellum and about the goings-ons. The group got paid, had a impromptu feast, and was given a task to investigate some kobold warrens about 1.5 miles to the north of town in the old limestone quarry. This was quickly interrupted with the what's the word for it? Uneventful almost death of the sheriff at the hands of this bizarre bat-like humanoid creature wielding an alien glass-like weapon. The group fled outside to deal with the creature. prevented one of the guards from dying and assisted the other in dispatching this thing before rousing the town to shelter in place. The Baroness and her servants took care of the injured guard, interring the sheriff, doing what they can. And the group decided to move on to the gnome historian, Bessie. Discuss with her about what this thing was. Shair and Talash felt some strange psychic influence from this weapon and decided to wrap it up and deal with it later, deciding against selling it or using it at the moment. Bessie effectively said she didn't really know anything about the creature other than its name, a Grioth. But the material is void glass. It seems to amplify some innate psychic properties. Finally, the group took it upon themselves to begin investigating the wizard Hunclay's tower, which had been shut since the collapse of the old witch tower many days ago, or only a few days ago at this point. The group sat at the front of the tower, at the base of which was a dead kobold and the vague remnants of magical aura, a trap at the door which had electrocuted the thing to death.
Standing in front of this large structure, I turn from one side to the other, but most careful of all is my watch of the stars as I look up to them and turn back to Talash.
Talash looking down at an ornate brass key in his hand, handed to by the gnome herself earlier, and puts it on a small chain around his neck, keeping it safe. Looking at the door and at that kobold.
I am beside Philippe, looking to the up high into the structure, trying to look for a window. I could climb it.
There are 2 windows set directly above onto the second story, and then the large dome-shaped window on the very top of the observatory looking into the night sky.
I do have my rope with me.
Oh, you do? I was already reaching for my backpack. If you have it, then pull it out. Maybe toss it up to the top window.
You think the door is still trapped? I don't see any magical runes or trapping mechanisms, not on its surface.
Neither did the wretched creature. I point with my left hand to the charred couple.
I nod.
I look at you, Philip. What would you say, young master?
Magic is a fickle thing. Let me try this. I hold my rapier very carefully, and I slowly approach it to the knob of the door.
The door sits there as a door would, not doing anything in particular. Whatever magical aura is here is long since dissipated with the kobold.
I don't feel any power within it. I pull the rapier back, and still unsure of myself, I reach forward slowly, grab the knob, and turn it.
The knob turns only a slight amount before hitting a lock. It is solidly sitting in place, does not budge, but nothing else happens.
Well,
What is it?
it's locked. I would just take a step back and put my shoulder first and ram into it.
Make a strength check.
$14.
The door budges only the slightest amount. An incredibly sturdy oak door with even sturdier jamb work, revealing just a little bit of limestone and other sturdy materials carved in. This wizard clearly made this building incredibly secure.
It's sturdier than a normal door. I think everyone would have heard that. I sort of wave my shoulder back in pain a little bit.
I drop down my bag, pull off the coiled rope. Well, in that case, I'll climb it and make sure that the rope is tight enough for you.
That
Any
works for me.
objections?
I
You
set
have-
myself up underneath the window and push my shoulders against the stone, the stone wall of the round building, and hold up my hands.
Oh, that is very kind, Delash. I get the boost, try to get a jump start, latch my hand onto a small crevice so I can start climbing.
Take a step back and guard them as they do so.
Not under any duress, and with the stoneworks giving you plenty of handholds in place, it's easy enough to climb up to the second story.
I quickly, almost like a spider, climb over, pull myself over this balcony, drop down the rope, tie it to one of the balcony's little pillar things. It is tight enough.
The window allows a little light in from just the moon to what is clearly a library. It's impossible to tell exactly what it contains other than bookshelves, but bookshelves lining the walls and a door that leads into some other rooms.
The rope falls down. I grab it, wrap it around one of my hands, and begin pulling myself up.
Likewise, an even easier task. The two of you are a little cramped up here on this balcony. It's not exactly made for comfort.
I
Yeah.
look up to the balcony. Maybe you can open the door from the inside.
This is an old abandoned wizard's tower, friend. You saw what happened to the kobold. I think we should stick together. I'll toss
Yeah.
the rope back down to him.
I push with my shoulder the window open so it gives into the entrance of the observatory.
The window creaks open. It's clear now inside the library there's a ladder leading up to the observatory proper, and then a doorway leading to a spiral staircase downwards.
Climbing
I'll
up
give the-
myself and reaching the precipice of the balcony, heaving my upper body over it.
I jump into the building to give Talash some space, holding my scimitar in one hand, trying to let my eye adjust to the dark.
Talash, climbing over the top, gives light into the room. The lantern flapping to and fro. The light shines on several iron bookcases, caged almost as if in prisons, each with locks on them. A set of 3 of these bookcases lining the room north to south. There's a stuffed bear in the northwest corner, posed in an aggressive fighting stance. And then oddly, on the wall opposite that, 16 paintings of various little rocks, planets they look like.
I do raise my leg high and enter through the window. After which I poke my head out of the window and give Talash a hand.
Clasping firmly, pulling myself over,
I
landing
grab
on my
both.
feet.
Facing the library with a hand still on my scimitar hilt. And just slightly tilt my head, speak loudly. This does not bode well. Caged books. Forbidden knowledge.
My eyes follow up the bookcases, enthralled by them. This is a treasure. And then suddenly they snap to the bear, and I take a step back.
Seems to be a work of taxidermy.
Yeah, you're right.
I wouldn't be too uncareful, though. I do not trust wizards or sorcerers that much.
At this point, I think you're right in that. I'll steer clear from the bear, a little bit to the right, and follow the way down towards the ladder.
Gazing over the bookshelves, it's clear there is some magical aura still there, particularly remaining on the lock. No doubt a trap, much like whatever killed the kobold. The ladder, however, is just a ladder.
I follow
Right,
Philippe, holding the lantern up over my shoulder blade, just to get a better look what's in here.
trying to
Helping.
take.
Helping illuminating the building.
I follow after Telash, making sure to make silent steps. Trying to see if I can catch any book title as I walk along.
Most of these books are not in the common tongue. They're in very strange languages and some arcane writ, which is, of course, different for all casters. One book is titled simply Dominion.
Look around for candles inside the building, sconces on the side of the wall, or on top of furniture to light with the candle.
There are several. None of them are lit or even warm. They haven't been lit in some time, it appears. The wax dripping down.
I use a small stick that comes with the lantern to light some of them, help illuminate the place.
The room is now very well lit. There's a door behind one of the bookshelves now easily visible. Not particularly well hidden, but as if the shelf was shoved up against it as a barricade at some point.
I pay no attention to the door, and I walk over to the little miniature planetarium, studying it, still holding my scimitar.
There are small annotations under each of them, noting their distance from Galarian, when they were seen, where in the sky they were seen. All in all, it's an observation that seems to have taken place over the course of 15 years or so.
It seems to be long in the working, these studies. The notations mention 15, date back to 15 years ago.
This is strange. There's a veritable treasure trove of books here. Back in the city, these would go for, I don't even know how much. But we need to make sure that the stars don't come back down, or whatever creatures linger among the stars, I look up to the ladder towards the observatory proper.
Don't say that.
I'm stepping through across the floor to the barricaded door, putting my hand on it, listening in. Well, this looks to be like somebody was trying to barricade this door.
Through the door, there's the unmistakable chirping of birds. Very dim, very difficult to hear, but birds, normal songbirds chirping.
Narrow my eyes. I point with the hilt of my scimitar. Now that is very unusual. Why would a wizard employ such a regular way of keeping the door shut? And why there are daybirds on the inside this observatory in the middle of the night?
I nod.
Hearing these strange things from Shire, I take a step back from the ladder. Hey, birds. I approach slowly, my aura of detecting magic. Bring my hand towards it.
The door must be quite solid, or there's no magical aura behind this.
I carefully see if I can open the door or move some of the barricades out of the way and see how much give it gives.
The shelf is heavy, but it's easy enough to move.
Pushing it aside, some creaking across the floorboards.
The lock on this
behind.
door is broken, perhaps why it was barricaded.
Walk behind Philippe. Now I'm holding my scimitar in a scabbard. I'm holding to the hilt, ready to strike. I do not recall any studies of demons or evil creatures pretending to be birds. Better to be careful nonetheless.
Because there is no such thing, Shire. Clearly worried. The hand holding the rapier is shaking slightly.
I open the door.
The door swings open unceremoniously to a master bedchamber. The source of the chirping immediately apparent. A cage filled with a half dozen or so songbirds, immediately recognizable to one of you as being from the Mwangi Expanse. Exotic birds for this area, pecking at the last of the water in their dish.
What creatures?
Be careful. Never seen birds like this.
Nonetheless, they shouldn't be imprisoned like that. These creatures are made to be free in the skies.
Paraguayan songbirds in this region.
I
Fascinating.
look down and tell us, you recognize it.
They live near my mountain ranges, in the jungle. Some of them fly up all the way to the castle.
I start walking in, approaching slowly the cage to set it up, to open it.
Some of them even learn your tongue if you talk to them long enough, and will repeat it back to you.
Oh,
The
is it so?
birds hop out of the cage.
I put my hand on Shahir's, and I look to Talash. And what are the chances that two of them are here? I think that you should let them go, Talash. You are free like them now.
I hold back my hand from the cage.
The bird's wings appear to be clipped as they hop around to and fro, but can't get very far. They flit back and forth between a large canopy bed, at the foot of which is a massive 5-foot-long iron lock chest. At the foot of that is a thick bearskin rug with an incredibly strong magical aura emanating from it.
Oblivious to the magical nature of the rug, I bend down, trying to hold my finger to some of the birds. I'm wondering, Kalash, to myself, like, how barbaric, poor little creature.
Looking around the room for a small pot with a lid on it, or a source of seeds stored in the room for the birds. See if I can find something.
The last of their food stores were clearly just dumped in haste at the bottom of their cage. Not in an act of cruelty, but in an act of desperation.
The wizard certainly left in a hurry, or whoever his servant was.
It is not right to deny flight and restrain a creature who rightfully belong in the skies. It is great sin.
Shahir is right. What was he in a hurry about? That's what I wonder. We have seen their kobolds in 2 of these buildings now. I think that the Baroness was right in sending us to their warren, or whatever it was.
I stand up, taking my gaze away from the birds, just analyzing the room. He was certainly rich.
There are a few more things, armoires, wardrobes, all carved out of exotic oak woods and ebon woods. Likewise, a small study desk with a few drawers in it, and some writing supplies.
I approached the footlocker chest with the massive lock on it, see if it gives.
As you step closer to the chest, the bearskin rug itself growls.
Whoa! I hold up my hands, take a step back. Speaking in Dwarvish, saying the word magic.
Unsheath my scimitar, pointing at the bear rug. I say, Harry, it's magic.
This is bad. Yeah, I can feel it from here. It sort of burns like when the sun is too strong. We shouldn't mess with it.
Is it moving, Kalash?
Glancing over to Philippe, while turned towards the bear rug. Another trap.
It sprung. It didn't seem to hurt you. It's just a warning. The wizard's magic lingers even if he does not.
Step away from the chest. The contents could be useful. Answer some questions.
You're right. I don't know if I could ward this magic off. There's a reason why I'm not in the college anymore.
A nod.
Maybe. Hold on a second. I will retrieve my rope. I dart back to the way we came, trying to get back to the balcony to retrieve my rope.
Waiting in the room for Shai's return, keeping a safe distance from the footlocker. I don't see why we can't just roll up the rug.
I think that we can try.
Nod. Look around for
Can be-
long stick or broom to flip the rug over.
I get to the balcony. I start untying my knot.
There's plenty of such implements in the room, varied sticks and whatnot you could use.
I grab a long one. That looks like a poker for fire, for chimney fire.
I stand right beside the lash, hoping to help if I can.
With the rope now coiled in my hands, I start walking back to the direction of the bedroom.
It's quick enough to stride over to the bedroom and end up back in there.
I'll give
Well,
a
I'll get the
pause
rush.
for Shai to arrive, waiting with the poker.
Oh, what is your plan? I thought we could pull the chest closer with the rope.
I thought about flipping the rug over, folding it on itself.
The thing roared, but just you getting closer. I don't think it's wise to approach it directly.
I cross my arms. Let's
I
see,
lasso.
Shire.
And just once again throw it over the this chest. See if I can, make it go around it, loop on it.
So you're quite good with that, I say, looking to it.
Used to do a lot of that.
The beast sort of grumbles and snores once again, but doesn't open its eyes, oddly. The rope fastens itself around this huge chest.
Very well. I start pulling. Perhaps you can help me, both of you. Let's get it closer to us. Yeah.
I grab some of the rope to help.
Yeah, I brush to it as well, not wanting to let go of my rapier, but put it to the floor and grab it.
The thing is massively heavy, and as soon as it budges and starts moving, the loud scrape, an eye snaps open on this bearskin rug. Crack of bones, and in a few moments it begins arching its back up, standing into the full posture of a grizzly bear. Looking like it had just awoken from hibernation, it looks around lazily before locking eyes on the lot of you.
My instincts kick in to make a leaping jump towards the amalgamation of a bear rock transforming into a full creature, and I go for a stunning fist strike to its jaws, upward. Ha! 9.
The blow lands, but harmlessly. The thing's thick hide and fur patting it to the point that this blow clearly doesn't touch anything useful. It shakes groggily at the impact.
Fall back! Fall back! Let go of the rope, and I run first in the corridor to give room to the others.
Seeing the bear raise up, Philippe falls down, and then he grabs his rapier and stands back up. We're not fighting this, right, Delash? And I look nervously to him.
The room is too tight! Fall back!
I try to disentangle myself from the bear, carefully stepping out of its range before before moving towards the door.
The bear itself takes action now, taking a few swipes at Talash. The first swipe goes wide, missing you as you dodge back.
Arcing my back through to lower myself closer to the floor, springing back up in action, my hands protecting my face.
The second likewise misses by a large margin, finding you by the door. The beast is now standing in the center of the room, dropping down onto all fours, ready to charge. Shire.
Standing
Can't run! I'm entangled!
outside of the door. I keep shouting. I'm having my buckler in my left hand, my scimitar in my right now. Philippe, blind the creature!
I nervously look to the door, Shire, and then the beast. As it turns towards Talash, attacking him, I manage to grab the scimitar. I stand up, and as I run past it, I leap, striking at its eyes, trying to blind it. That is a 19.
The blade finds purchase. 18 CMD. The blood runs into its eyes, and it raises a hand trying to fiend off this rapier, but to no avail. It is turning, blood running into both of its eyes, unable to see.
I fall to the ground and run out of the room, my feet making loud noises on the planks, opening a chance for it to strike at me.
Delash, run!
It takes a blind swipe at you, but is far and away missing, relying only on its hearing at this point. Talash.
I hear the yelling of my friends, my eyes locked onto the bear. And I take the opportunity to strike the creature with a hamstring, slamming my knee hard into its shin. Wrong button. A strike.
Hit.
So it's a hamstring. Do I still roll damage? Is that right?
No, it's just the beast stumbles on its leg, and it's clear there's blood running into its eyes. Its leg is giving out from under it. This thing would have a very hard time pursuing you at this point.
I take the opportunity to move out of the room.
It again attempts to make another blinded swipe at you on its good leg while it's on its way out, but misses by a mile.
I make it through the door.
The beast stumbles forward at a few feet, but at this rate, it's not getting anywhere fast. It would be easy to run circles around the thing at this point.
Quickly, you got any slings? Or arrow? Pelt it.
I stand back from the door. We have to end the creature. Cannot let it suffer like that.
With
I do not-
the creature between me and the door, I'm standing behind it. Keep it at the door. I begin like slowly like slinking back. Like you get its attention at the door, make a lot of noise, and I begin stealthily like getting behind it.
I start banging on my buckler with my scimitar. Ching, 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 ching.
I slam the poker that's like in one of my hands against the edge of the door frame, clanking against the wooden frame.
14 stealth.
The beast is stumbling straight forward towards the noise. That's the only thing it can do.
I begin lining up my rapier, thinking of the beast's ribs from behind and the best way to leap at it. I will attempt to put it out of its misery with a coup de grace. 18.
Hit AC 16.
Three damage. 7 actually.
The blade finds purchase behind it, sinking in, but compared to the size of beast that a rapier is meant to kill, a mere man, it's clear that this blade doesn't go into anything immediately deadly. It shakes, realizing that the noise is not where the threat is coming from, swinging around to you, Philippe.
I hold onto the rapier, shaking back and forth as the massive creature moves. Now, attack it!
Talash.
I take a downward strike towards
I
its
run.
neck. For 5 damage.
Another cut opens up on its side. More blood dripping from it. Starting to look finally wounded and weary, but still up nonetheless. No mere grizzly bear, clearly.
Take the opportunity to walk into combat and strike its face, strike its snout with a punch. Ha! An 11.
The blow just barely misses as it's turning and twisting in its in the chaos of things. The beast tries to take some blind swipes just at anyone that's in distance. And every single time, a claw slash here, a miss, a claw slash there, likewise a miss, teeth gnashing and snapping at Talash, again a miss. By inches, by feet, it doesn't really matter. Shire.
I keep on circling blows towards the creature.
Roll to confirm. Wow.
Do I even... plus 1. So 7, 10.
The beast is draining with blood at this point. It is almost exsanguinated. Certainly would be if it were a creature, as the blood soaks the wooden floors of the second story. Somehow it's still barely clinging to life at this point. Its movements becoming more and more sluggish, just frantically hanging on in the way a crazed beast only can. Philippe.
Still holding the damn rapier stuck between its ribs, I decide to just let go and fall to the ground. I look around from side to side, and I look at my hands, and energy begins to crackle among them, and I touch the bear with this energy. It's 15 against touch.
Hit.
Or electric damage. Lightning cracks out of my fingers and into the bear.
The beast stiffens for one last moment before finally falling over unconscious and slumping to the ground.
I stand ground, putting the buckler and the scimitar over the buckler, just still tense up, looking at the fallen beast.
Breathing slowly. Grab my baby, yank it out.
I take the opportunity to jump at the bear's head and wrap my arms around its neck and squeeze it shut.
The creature doesn't resist this at all, and after a few moments, it's clear it's thoroughly dead. In your arms, it begins slowly losing weight, mass, and the blood itself begins coalescing into a strange sort of dust and dissipating until it is once again not but a mundane bearskin rug.
Just snuggling the bear rug on the floor, struggling with it.
Do you think it was a real bound beast or a construct of some kind?
I don't know what it was, but it's gone now. It's like cleaning my rapier on the...
I relax my shoulders. I look down on the floor, the entrance. I see a few of the birds scampering about. There's nobody got hurt.
The birds have returned to their cage for the moment, clearly frightened of the whole ordeal.
That was a
Trying
close
to
call. It's a dangerous place.
Untangling myself a bit, still adrenaline pumping, like kicking off the rock from me as it scatters across the floor.
Look down
Pushing
to the
myself
corridor.
back up.
At least we did not lose our rope this time, huh?
I was too stiff, and none of my strikes hit.
Telash, I standing in front of the corridor. I look back at Telash. That was very careless. You should have to jump at a creature 3 times your size.
Sometimes the only way around is through.
This was not the case.
Over the din of combat and conversation, there's a very slightly audible thumping underneath the floor and a muffled voice. Hello? Is anyone up there? Hello?
I jump, pointing my scimitar, the general direction of the sound. What is it now?
I speak very quietly. The guards have made sure that everyone is on a curfew. Whoever's down there shouldn't be down there.
I yell out, "Show yourself!"
Somebody barricaded the door. I've been stuck in here for days. Please, just let me out.
I walk towards the noise, trying to ascertain the trap door or wall or cabinet, whatever.
It must be coming from the first floor. It's very clearly coming from the floor below.
Very straightforward. Start walking in that direction.
Wait.
Shire, we can discuss our battle plans at the tavern.
I go back into the room, just haphazardly just pick up the rope and put on around my shoulder. There's still the chest. Whoever is locked down there can wait just 5 minutes.
The muffled
deep
voice
breath.
returns. Fair enough. I guess I'm not going anywhere.
See, it even agrees.
I turn to
Yes.
Talash as he walks off. Let's make sure that it's not a ruse, Shay. And I walk after Talash. You
Inside
know,
the
dwarf.
room,
They said
looking,
you're kind of stubborn. You're right.
could be an imp for all we know. Another one.
Just talking from the other room already into the room, just saying, "You're being paranoid, Shire. Not everyone is a devil." And I make my way down the floor below.
I follow Talash and less that before I make it through the door frame, I turn to Shire looking tentatively. Let's stick together. This place is dangerous.
There's only one way down besides the way you came in, which is a spiral staircase in the library leading down.
I narrow my eyes. Go after the lash. I'll follow you soon after. And I kneel down near the chest and I try to open it.
The chest opens rather easily, not locked, though, given the defenses. What use would a lock be at this point? The chest is filled almost to the brim with gemstones of varying quality. It is merely a store of money.
I open up. There's some colorful lights reflecting off my face. And I look at Philippe. Just money. Like, I do not take kindly to robberies, though. Stand up.
Yeah, but follow after Talash.
I give one last look at the birds before leaving and follow them.
Too far away to hear any talks about money. Walking down the spiral staircase. "What's your name?" Trying to strike a talk with him so I can pinpoint him.
Matesic, but most people here just call me Matt.
Talk about yourself, Matt. What do you do? Why are you here?
I'm a servant. His voice rings out closer from behind the door. Down the spiral staircase. It says, "Hug the wall." I don't know what traps Hunclay left. Obviously, you've triggered one of them already. But if you hug along the wall and come through the kitchen, it should be safe.
I stop my straightforward approach, look around the room with a new respect for traps and trickery.
Roll perception.
Perception. 17.
The spiral stairs lead down into a large open room, a waiting room different than the Baroness's, but not unlike in construction. Large, long table, lavish rugs, and the like. No obvious traps, but a door open to what is obviously the kitchen, lined with a fireplace and a larder for dry goods. Past the kitchen are a couple of other doors to where the sound is coming from and something else.
We will get you, Matt. Just give us a second. Let's navigate this place. I yell up the staircase. Philippe, there might still be traps inside. The guy told us to walk through the kitchen. Follow the walls.
I just now make it to the bottom of the spiral staircase, looking for the light of Talash and seeing him towards the kitchen. I literally put the palm of my hand to the wall and begin following it through the kitchen.
The kitchen is pretty uneventful, but is well stocked. Is in much the same way as the rest of the tower. Looks like a ghost went through. There's just nothing left other than the silverware, dinnerware, and food. Well stocked.
Following behind Philippe, making his steps.
A door on the opposite side of the kitchen to the fireplace. There's a sliding sound of something scraping against the floor, and then a door cracks open to a shaggy brown-haired man with green eyes, staring, his eyes red, clearly distressed from the situation.
I approach the man, hold my hands up. We are here in the name of the Baroness to investigate.
Oh,
Come out.
he sighs and pushes the shelf barricading his door a little bit more, opens the door. I knew better than to go wandering around the place after the wizard left in such a rush, but I didn't know how long he would be gone. He gets like that sometimes. Off on, well, I shouldn't say too much. I'm a humble servant.
Cross my arms.
You see, you're locked in here.
Not locked in necessarily, his shoulders carrying a lot of tension. But you know the things in this place, the doorknobs you can touch, the ones you can't touch. It's tough to remember all of them. They change on times, you know. The master, Hunclay, he would always say, use your best judgment, just don't touch it. This is the longest he's been gone.
I finally approach with my slow steps. I lay eyes on the man. You should say things. We have reason to believe that Hunkley is, well, I turn to the lash. Put the lash. Do you still have the pendant?
I scratch my chin, check my pockets, like the tunic itself doesn't have many of them. It's outside the tower. I left it in my bag. I couldn't carry it up the rope.
But you have reason to believe your master, as you call it, has perished.
This pendant, could you describe it to me? I'll know it if you're talking about it.
I give a very detailed description of the metallurgy and metalwork of the pendant itself.
His shoulders sag in some strange combination of relaxation and defeat. Well, he's either dead or not coming back anytime soon, then. He stumbles back and leans against the wall. I don't know what I'm going to do from here.
The first thing you need to do is tell us where he last went. We have reason to believe that many of the town's troubles are either caused by him or something that he was trying to impede. And we would like to take on that mantle.
He chokes down a large swallow and if I'm to talk much, do you have water? I haven't had water in a day or so.
The path to the kitchen seems safe. I turn my head towards it.
A nod.
But I drew all the water when he fled and barricaded myself in. We would have to go outside to the well.
There'll be wine or beer. It will suffice, won't it?
Oh, sure. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. The master won't mind us cracking into the good stuff, I suppose. He steps over to a small wine rack and tilts the bottle and cracks it open with a small knife. Drinks straight from the bottle, a few gulps.
I look over to Shair, gauge his reaction to all of this.
I have the telltale look of skepticism on my face. Like I'm reading the man in silence.
Make a sense motive check, Shair.
It's a 5.
This guy's just gone a little nuts from sitting on his own for a few days to eat hardtack and stale water, isolated from the world in this hellscape of a wizard's tower. Other than that, he seems to be pretty glib. Putting down the wine bottle from his lips, I'm sorry we had to meet in such circumstances. Thank you for saving me. What is happening to the town? You worry me with that wording.
Are you a local to Bellum, Matt?
For the last years, as long as Hunclay has been here.
Do you live in the tower? The Baroness has called for a curfew.
Oh, well, I suppose I am abiding by that. But again, what for?
We have reason. Well, we don't even have reason. I have seen it with my own eyes. A beast that we know to be from the stars came down and attacked, nearly taking out one of the guards.
He shakes his head. He really did it. He's pleading with you on his knees. You have to believe me. The servants couldn't do anything to him. We didn't know what he was doing. We didn't know enough. He wrote us off as half-wits. I just cook and clean. Oh no.
I walk over to the man and I gently try to set him up, put him to make himself sit on a wood stool. Whatever has transpired already, it's over. But you can help us by explaining, what do you know of his work?
He was contacting several unsavory parties for his research, getting more and more depraved as the less bad ones ran out of information that was relevant to him. I don't even know exactly what he was doing. I know it had to do with the stars. He was obsessed with clearing the forest, obsessed with building the tower another foot taller, changing the angle a degree here. I don't know the specifics of it. And I know the day he left, well, it's a bit of a rumor, but I know the truth that he was employing the local kobolds to undermine the tower. He had been sent rejection letter after rejection letter. He looks away from you and decided to take it upon himself.
The mines, huh? I look back at both Telash and Philippe.
You say undermine the tower, gain entrance without permission. That would explain the tunnel, Shire, that we spotted.
It would, but he died shortly after the tower actually fell. Right? When the crow brought his pendant to us, it was after the tower fell.
Yes.
I-
What made the tower fall? Hard
Matt
to gauge.
frowns and says, he would be so bold as to be under the tower while they were doing the mining?
We never found his body.
Yes, we went down there. Where was he? And I pull a chair back and sit down myself as well, wanting this to be a longer conversation.
Where? What do you mean? Where was he specifically?
I imagine he set out. He wasn't here when the tower fell.
Oh, yes, he didn't say anything. He just fled, locked the doors, and cast some spells, said some gibberish. It's not unusual. I get the impression that many of his accomplices were timely. Couldn't stick around for very long. Too many questions would be asked. We had gone to the caves ourselves, the Cobalt Warrens. He could speak their language. I don't know if he would be there now.
Well, from the writ, it suggested that his familiar is freed of service.
The crow. That's what followed him, right?
The crow was one. He had been working on something else, but I can't say what it was. We had strange shipments of things. I fear he began dealing in flesh.
I now give out a long sigh. Could he have been a purchaser for the slave market? That's why the guy was in the area. That's why the sheriff caught him.
No. We would have noticed something like that. He shakes his head. But grave digging.
Oh.
Bodies wash up. They wouldn't. No one would notice in a place like this where it's hard to inter people.
I have my arms crossed, just listening to the conversation.
You don't have family in Bellum, do you? You're not from around here, Matt.
No, I am from Faldamont. It is far to the east.
It is unreasonable to ask this, seeing as what happened. But we must ask you for you to stay in the tower since there's a curfew out. I'm sure things will be settled by the morning.
I have no interest in staying here, but I have less interest in dying, so I think that's for the best.
I put a hand on Philippe's shoulder. We could bring him back to the tavern with us.
Once we
If
leave.
we're bringing him anywhere, it won't be to the tavern. We will leave him with the men of the Baroness for the night.
Well, whatever's out there, I know it's safe in here. This tower is, he looks at the three of you, well, nigh impenetrable anyways. It's difficult to navigate, as I'm sure you've noticed.
Indeed. We need to investigate the rest of the tower. At least the... Yes?
Oh, I was just going to say I can tell you the things we were definitely told not to touch.
Go ahead.
What about the observatory?
That was something we were not allowed to go to, but I would be surprised if it was trapped. That's where the old man spent almost all of his time. I think that was mainly not to touch any delicate instruments that we might damage.
Nod.
As far as
Very
the
well
rest of
then.
it, he motions down the hallway. There's the grand hall that you just came down the stairways into. The entrance. The entrance is certainly trapped. He always lays that whenever we leave. So tiptoe around the front door if you must. Though you didn't come in that way, so he's questioning, trying to think of, visualize in his mind how you got in here in the first place.
There was a dead kobold at the door. If the
Well,
kobolds dealt with him, then surely they wouldn't have died to such a thing, right?
The trap appears to be inert. We touched the knob, and it did not turn us into dead kobolds.
Yes, he puts a hand to his chin. That is something the old man mentioned. Is he had a little bit of a sense of humor. He said, "Don't touch that because if it kills you, it won't work on the things it's actually meant to kill."
Well, funnily enough, what deterred us from the main door is a lock, so...
Yes, he. Well, I guess he was right about the layers of security. He does air quotes with his hands.
I'll get up from the chair and... Let's go to the observatory first. I'm sure that there is where we'll find more about this Grioth that attacked us.
Yes, on this floor is just a parlor room and a dining room besides the kitchen and, the other servants' room over here.
What happened to the other servants?
Last I heard, they were banging on my door as Hunclay fled. I locked myself in here. We were allowed to enter the master bedroom, but only with him present. I don't know why. I presume he had some documentation or something that we weren't supposed to dig through.
Not to
How
worry,
many of
we
you?
figured that one out.
There were
How
two
many
other
of you?
servants, Linus and Saba.
I look
Did he say
concerned.
why he was leaving in such a hurry?
No, he didn't say anything. He wordlessly, minus the spells, gathered up a few of his belongings, some scrolls, potions, materials he had spent so much money for, and fled.
Do you have a hunch for where the other servants may be?
Let's make sure they're not in the rest of the tower first.
They left. I know that much. I don't know if they went with Hunclay or... They, like me, are not from Bellum. So they may have left entirely.
Left through the front door.
He starts pondering again. There are a couple of other entrances, but I don't know about them. I suppose it's possible they found them. I hope they didn't wander around and get themselves hurt. His eyes widen again, clearly not having thought of that.
For now, it would help us greatly, and the Baroness and the town of Bellum, if you stay with us in the tower, so we can check the other rooms, see if we find the other servants, and find the clues as to what the wizard was up to. Whatever it was unlawful and against the Baroness's wishes.
Yes.
And he was denied several times, which makes him a conspirator.
I would tell you The master did not set off the traps. If he had a special set of keys. Those are almost certainly in his bedroom, a spare set. He was at times forgetful, lost in his study. And I normally wouldn't advise it, but from the sounds of it, it sounds like you dealt with the rug.
Should we get the
Let us
keys?
check the servants' room first, and then we'll get the keys. Surely the servants' room is not trapped, right?
No, not at all.
Yes. Servants'
That
room
is a
first,
good
and then
idea.
we'll go up the stairs.
Very well. Roll my shoulders, rest my hand on my scimitar's hilt. You stay here. Keep on your drinking, and we'll do you good.
He wipes the sweat from his brow and slumps back in his chair, leaving you to it.
I use my lantern.
What were their
to
names
light,
again?
To light
Linus
couple,
and Saba.
I light up a couple of candles in the kitchen room with my lantern to not leave him in the darkness. Approaching the
light
door.
Glistens off of the man.
Linus, Saba, I say, I shout out as I'm walking down behind Kalash.
Follow. I'm the last in line. Looking around, looking over my shoulders towards the kitchen door.
No voices return your call. The other servants' quarters, the door is flung open. It's a basic set of 2 beds and a few bookshelves, a linen closet, nothing of note at first glance.
They're not here.
So
Nothing.
sorry. Something is clearly wrong here.
We need to know where the wizard was when he died. We need to know where he went.
I take the time to peruse the room, see for scuff marks like hidden stashes or items that are gone that should be there. Footlockers, the like.
The other 2 servants appear to have taken as much with them as possible as well. Their footlocker is swung open, most of its contents missing, a couple of garments strung out haphazardly over it. There are no personal effects or anything left other than some clothing.
It seems like they really left.
They didn't just leave. They took everything they had. Maybe a bit more.
We're running away.
As did the wizard. Something's wrong.
Well, why is that the individual is still here though? This
Maybe a fall guy. Didn't seem like the wizard treated them nicely.
It could be that the guilty ran away, not knowing what the punishment of the burners would be. Matt, well, might just be a coward.
Let us go back to the observatory.
Yeah.
Not,
Well, let's get the keys first. From the bedroom, I think you said. Yeah, let's go.
Yes.
we should. I advise that we keep Matt with us from now on. I do not look. I do not want him to run away. He's an important witness. And we could use the guidance, get a better insight on his end if he's of danger for the town.
We make him go up with us.
Yeah. And then we take him to the Baroness. Her men will watch over him. Just until this whole ordeal is done.
I start
Agreed.
making my way outside of the servants' room, back into the kitchen.
Talking casually, walking towards the kitchen. A servant should not suffer the consequences of the master.
He looks up at the lot of you, the last drops of this bottle of wine, leaving it. He squints and, "You're back soon. Has it been that long?"
But a minute or two.
Oh.
Listen, you need to come upstairs with us.
He looks around and stammers a bit. I guess I'm not in a position to say no. All right.
You're gonna be safe.
Okay. He drunkenly stumbles out of his chair and then starts feeling his way along the wall, mumbling to himself, "Not the entrance, don't touch any locks. Not the entrance, don't touch any locks."
I'm behind him. I have my hands lightly on his shoulder just to make sure he won't fall over or deviate
Jumps
from the
at
bed.
first at that, but then relaxes.
I hold up the lantern so it doesn't stumble over a piece of furniture, breaks his neck,
He
expecting the worst.
He nods back to you, his cheeks flush with blood. He begins drunkenly climbing the stairs, one foot after the other, a set of stairs he's climbed hundreds of times in the past, so easy enough to do while inebriated for him.
Yeah, I just follow behind the two of them, staying behind the lash with the lantern. Right, the bedroom it was, right? Where the
Yep.
keys are?
Hanging
Need to find
left.
them.
Very well. I will stay here with the servant. You may go in and fetch the key. I'm standing in front of the bear rug.
He peers in and, wow, it really is dead. Huh. That takes the weight off of my chest.
I hope it stays dead.
I
I'm as surprised as you are.
think it should. The keys, he points at the desk with writing supplies in it. It should be in one of those drawers.
I approach the desk itself, start opening drawers one by one. Check them carefully, flipping through some pages, pulling out what's inside, check for false bottoms.
At the top, there's a piece of parchment. It's written in gibberish. It's some bad poetry at best, but clearly a red herring, as there is in fact a false bottom containing an actual sheet of cloth paper, well written in common.
I let the vellum run between my thumb and finger and hand it over my shoulder towards Philippe. This looks important.
Beyond that, there is a ring of keys in the top folding drawer.
Outside the room.
I grab the cloth and put it like against the light of the lantern to be able to better read it. Start reading it aloud.
It's a bit of an agenda or a to-do list with the top two things scratched off. But the last few things, easily legible: repair hinges of secret door, attempt second contact with Dominion via the book's ritual before loan to A, and finally, confirm demolition date with A's kobolds.
Outside the room.
I read out of this aloud. Dominion.
With the servant
What's the
outside, I ask him, "What about the birds? Someone fed them, like in a hurry."
Oh, yes. Yeah, they will need to be fed soon. They should be good for another day or so, but he
Was it you?
gathers them all up into their. Was whichever servant happened to have that duty that day. But yes, I know about their care.
Grabbing the keys in my hand, I attach them to like piece of rope that functions as a belt for the tunic, and I keep checking the drawers for more information or magical items that might be helpful.
Pretty much everything else is gone. There's a pen here, a pot of ink unused, and some blank sheets of paper, but these couple of remnants were left here in error, in haste.
I step out of the room. So either the kobolds got him, or whatever this Dominion thing is got him. Grab the cloth and stuff it into one of my pockets.
I raise my other free hand, and I point towards the general direction of the window we came through. That name showed up on one of the books.
I close the last drawer and turn around to Shahir. The books, you say? We should check it out then. See what's inside.
Yeah,
Most of them are in weird tongues, but this name Dominion, I remember.
It said it was a ritual on the cloth.
I stop. I shiver. Like,
The way
This
you
is-
describe, the way you've described the tasks, the kobolds, the A's kobolds, so they have a master, a chieftain, a leader, which means we are dealing with another ancient that has the Bellum's wishes not in their heart, so to say.
Matt purses his lips together and nods. When we met with the kobolds, I couldn't understand their language, but I could tell there was. Well, when the Baroness speaks, people listen. When this kobold chieftain spoke, some of them listened, yes, but there was lots of chattering, browbeating. Those who refused to step in line. I didn't like the whole thing.
I let go of Matt and make my way to trying to find the specific book I saw the name Dominion written on it.
He says, he raises a finger. Remember to use the keys. Don't touch the lock without them.
Grab the keys again and hand them over to Shahir, walking towards him.
There's a large iron and leather bound book titled Dominion, the only one with a title in the common tongue.
Here it is. Try a key. Try another one.
Right.
Keep on trying until it unlocks.
I
Cracks open.
I walk out of the door frame and staying as far away as I can from the bookshelves on either side, staying in the middle. The Grioth attacked the town. This Grioth, this being, must come from Dominion. So I assume that that's what got him. The kobolds are here because he contracted them to. But as you said to Lash, and I turned to Lash, you're very right that someone wants ill for this town if they're willing to counteract the Baroness's wishes. But
If it
And
is
you-
the pursuit of knowledge or magical items, power, it makes sense that the Baroness would deny any attempts to dig around the town for personal gain without giving her more information.
I pull out the book with both hands.
The result of not using the key is revealed behind the book as a thin, spring-loaded dart sits glistening in the lamplight, ready to strike, and yet it doesn't. The book itself is heavy, 5 pounds or more, and bound with a large clasp.
I clear the table a bit, light some of the candles of the pedestal meant for reading big tomes.
You call me paranoid, yet I do not set traps on all my belongings. I'm walking back, holding with both hands the tome. Sat on a little table.
Let's see if we can unclasp it. I approach and reach for the clasp and unlock it.
The book opens normally as any tomb would.
With the careful hands of a scholar, not damaging the pages, just the tips of my fingers, like lifting them, putting them to the side. As I go to about the middle section of the book to see what it's like.
It's mostly gibberish. The inside of the book is written in some either ancient or faraway alien tongue. Occasionally in the margins is a gloss, Hunclay's own notes, no doubt. A few words here written in common. Aox, Octurn, Carcosa, Dominion, repeated several times.
I lean back, relaxed, not paying attention to the tome, keeping my eyes on the servant, reading his intentions, making sure he's not trying to hatch a plan of fleeing or doing something stupid and drunk.
His fingers are dancing against each other in a scholar's cradle nervously.
Looking over the shoulders of Philippe at the book. Do you recognize any of these marks and scribblings? The tongue.
None of them are good. I can make no sense of them. I pass a page. It would take months, maybe years, to make sense of this. I think the wizard has gone through those years, but not us. His notes, they speak of esoteric names. I think I've heard Carcosa before. Never whispered in a good light, let me tell you.
It is no good to meddle with things outside of this world. They have no empathy.
Many things have no empathy inside this world as well. A wizard might not make a difference.
I begin skipping pages that have no wizard notes or no drawings, looking for any kind of ritual that it seems that he could have gone through.
By 2/3 through the book, the other names begin getting crossed out one by one until only Dominion is a word that has not been crossed out, repeated in the margins over and over again, almost schizophrenically.
He has talked to all of these beings except for this damn Dominion.
A terrible name.
We should go to the observatory. Maybe it points to where this Dominion thing is.
I nod. Turn
the
to
ladder.
Matt.
Scrunch my face, but follow silently nonetheless.
The ladder hangs down in the center of the library. Other bookshelves lined with occasional common tongue books, one here or there, and in the other shelves on astronomy and other mundane subjects.
I close the book, and as I'm about to leave, I stop. Wait. A wizard's library is like a knight's armory. Maybe there are things here that can help us in this investigation. I begin checking, not touching, but looking for magical books or scrolls.
Looking through a few of the books stand out with a magical aura. All of which have some oddities about the binding. One of which bound in leather, yes, but strange, twisted, unclean leather, wounded from a wounded animal, perhaps.
The oldest books in my college's library were bound with human flesh. They say that it kept the soul there, kept the power. Maybe we shouldn't touch some of these. I skip the unnatural one and just look for the other book that it seems to be magical.
The other book, bound in a red marbled leather, with a few scars on it, is brimming with magic. It is titled Manual of War.
This one. Shire, do you have the keys?
I walk over and extend the keys to you.
There's so many damn keys. We can try them one by one.
We're not running out of time. Looking
Eventually,
around.
one of the keys sinks into the lock and clicks.
Were it not for the investigations, I'd be happy to set this place on fire.
I think the town is running out of time. Another key. There we go. This one. Reach in very carefully. Tips of my fingers touching just the binding of this book, not touching the others. Ooh. Whatever.
If only there was some kind of document or parchment declaring the will of the wizard in case of his passing.
The servant drunkenly goes, "Oh, he did have a study. His opposite the other room." He points.
I go towards that room and enter it as they read the book.
I yell over, "Be careful, Telash!"
Yeah, same thing. Just don't touch the locks, you know.
Oh, but before we go, you might need this. And I toss the keys over.
Yeah, that'll help. He nods, he stumbles back and leans against the wall. The book, the Manual of War, falls out of the shelf easily into your hands.
I begin just checking to see what it is and what it does.
It contains the contents of generations of martial knowledge going back hundreds of years. There's several lifetimes of information on fighting with swords, polearms, ranged weapons, oddities for specialist fighting in incredibly tight spaces or even in water.
I'm standing next to your right side, Philip. Why did you pick this book? Seems to be a martial book.
Why did the wizard pick this book? And it's not just teachings, there's a strong aura to it.
The magic of the book becomes apparent flipping through it, as within a few pages, it takes mere seconds to gain the knowledge of it. It would be possible to gain hours of practice worth of work in one mere hour of reading this book.
It's enchanted to pass its knowledge. I knew of one such book back then, but it was kept under lock and key, much like this one, because it could lose its power and only regain it after a lifetime. Whoever reads this will get to know about war, it seems. I close it and I stash it on my backpack.
The lock unclicks as I find the right key and push the door open. Enter the room.
This door opens into a study of 2 long tables of stained oak, cluttered with alchemical supplies. It smells harsh and acrid, as if a bottle of vinegar has been spilled open in the room. Writing elements and a large chest secured by an equally prominent lock, dozens of which you've seen at this point.
Just investigating the place for useful information. My reading not the best. Not focusing too much on reading words, more on what stands out to me. And also
There-
approaching the footlocker at the end with to see if a key fits.
There are a few scrolls that sit atop of the writing desk, haphazardly strewn open, not in their cases. A few that didn't end up getting taken, written in some magical hand, incomprehensible. The key does click into the locked chest, simply enough, like all the others.
I opened the chest.
Inside are what could only be a collection of spell books. 6 of them. Large, heavy bound, 100 pages each.
Back to Philip's side. An enchanted book, huh? Impressive.
This wizard had much power. I'm taking this with me.
Yeah, I'm sure he won't be objecting so soon.
Hopefully not. Played with the dead.
There is 1/3 magical book in the library. A standard leather-bound book, but inscribed with several magical runes on the outside instead of any standard human language. This
Well,
would clearly
Talash has
take...
the keys. So I'll just sit and keep studying the Dominions book, waiting for Talash.
I look
I stay around the room.
lifting some of the books up, spreading them about, pushing them onto the table. Let's see if I can find parchments or a letter case and any wills, any of that information. I asked the servant, "Do you know if he ever written down what should be done if he does not return within a month or something like that?"
Nope, he was very secretive, and I don't believe he had any next of kin. He shakes his head. I guess the place is probably going to be taken by the Baroness and put up at auction.
Do you know what these books mean? Can you read what's on them?
Oh,
And I hold up one of them with the front page.
he steps back. Those are the master's spell books, his old ones. He filled them up very quickly, had to buy special paper for them, but said something about them still being useful in a pinch. So he kept the old ones. I don't know anything about magic.
You're talking about a collection of spells?
They contain the knowledge, well, I don't know how to explain it. He scratches his head. But it's not like normal words. Only so many could fit in a book. And if you made them much more than that big, he holds out a hand to, about the size of an apple. They just get impractical, apparently.
Could you fetch me a backpack of sorts? I could need one.
He
Or maybe briefcase if you have such such fancy tools of transportation.
He strides to the side of the study and finds a long, thin steel chain with a clip that goes around the corners of the book as binding. He had a few of these. Might be a little unwieldy to be wearing 6 of them at a time, but you're a lot sturdier than he was. He starts handing you those.
I take 3 of them and attach the biggest books in the chest to the bindings and throw them over my shoulder.
In the same room with Philippe, I make my way to a wall and I sit down with my back against the wall, holding the scimitar on my lap, and I close my eyes, resting.
You think that these books should go down to the wizard's son or heir?
Oh, as
Maybe,
I
maybe
said,
you should take them with us.
the servant pipes up. No next of kin.
I look to the door of the study where the servant is peeking out. Oh. I turn to Shire. We should take these. There is no church here. I don't think that they're going to be able to give a proper end to these books, and people could get hurt. I think we should take all of the magic that's in here.
The Yashrana, the priest of Abadar, she could keep it in safety, I believe. I open my eyes. But I do trust you, young Master Philippe.
Those that have no use for us will give it to her, yes.
I walk through the door frame back into the open room with the library wall. And now carrying 3 chained books around my chest. Well, I couldn't find a will. I believe everything will belong to the Baroness once we are done. I'm keeping those. You can have them later, Philippe.
Yes, we will tell her about the dangerous magic we found. Mind passing me the keychains?
Handing it over.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
I'll go
sure
over.
those are spell books. There are more in the room, but I'm not gonna carry all of them like a mule.
You're right. I will. I will go into the room and look for the spell books and stuff as many as I can down my backpack. As soon as the backpack runs out of space, I put it around my back. Then I go to prepare the keys to go get the other 2 magical books, even the one bound in scary leather.
I prop myself up with my scimitar, stretching. There's a loud pop on my back.
I let out a loud yawn. Roll my shoulders.
I
Blink
open
slowly.
one of the books and cram me into the backpack. Damn it.
Holding the scimitar like on my side, I approach you, Philippe. You said you're not a wizard. Is that right, young Master Philippe?
No, I never graduated, and even if I did, my skills are more. He finally walks into the backpack. Practical, and I turn to Shire.
I kept thinking back in the collapsed tower. You mentioned being born with the gift. Is that so?
Well, it came naturally to me. Let's just say that I was more used as an example in class than as an actual student. I just I rub my thumbs on my fingers and little motes of crackling energy come through.
My eyes close and my breathing slows down as I wait, arms crossed, standing still.
Do you know where it comes from?
I don't. And my family, I have studied it, and I believe that one uncle, far down the line, once had this gift. But how me? I don't know why.
I open my mouth as to say something and I close it back again. Just nod.
This uncle of mine, he was called the friend of storms. Storms would follow him.
Storms, huh?
And
So,
if I will it, I raise my hand and the room erupts with light from lightning from afar. The storm outside. I can do it as well.
I clearly astounded. These are a very auspicious gift, young master. What do you know of the elementals, the elemental lords?
I studied them, and it is the closest thing that I can say my gift is. I just don't want to call on it too much. It's dangerous.
You know, where I come from, we worship them. Even the so-called evil ones are not that evil. I tap your shoulder. It depends on how you use your gift.
Are you sure about that? Where I'm from, storms will destroy entire crop fields and leave villages to starve.
It's just part of the natural cycle.
I shake my head slightly. All right, I got the last book. I put the heavy backpack on my back, like kind of like uneven because of the weight. Let's go check the observatory.
Yes, I will climb the ladders.
Talash is standing, leaning against the wall, with his arms crossed, eyes closed, completely still like a statue.
The lash?
He
Click
doesn't
my
react.
fingers twice.
Let him
It
rest.
is getting late.
I'm walking over to the ladders, like, going up a bit.
At
So
the
dark though.
top of the ladder, it's difficult to see, but the glass dome lets in enough moonlight to glisten off of the veritable sea of metal gears and levers, pulleys, chains, a vast array of controls, and an angled metal chair sitting below the device within reach of all of these.
I project my voice down below. There is enough moonlight to see. Plenty of mechanisms. I'm a little afraid to touch something and maybe ruin some possible clue.
Don't touch anything. I'll be climbing up. The way it is left is the way the wizard left it. There must be a few clues about it. Let me pull
I
myself
extend my
up.
hand to help you reach the
Thank you.
walkway.
There's a small ledge, only about a foot wide, really only enough for one person to fit into this dome, running around the edge of the chair.
This is cramped. Right. I look to see if there's just a pipe that I can look through.
Sitting directly opposite the chair, lined up, is the brass tube of the telescope looking out of the dome. Out of the shadows directly behind you, there is a flapping of leathery wings fluttering to life.
I stop suddenly.
And in
Slowly turn
scimitar.
towards it.
glistening in the moonlight is this strange goat-horned, leathery-skinned, fat child-looking thing with bat wings, black eyes that don't have pupils, just flapping about on the dome's ledge behind the ladder, pointing at the chair, making other quick, complex hand gestures.
What is that?
We need to lash here.
Talash letting out slight snoring.
The servant pokes Talash. Hey! Don't fall asleep on us.
What is it?
They're going up the observatory. I didn't realize you had fallen asleep. I thought you were lost in thought.
I looked down at the floor. Of course I was meditating. Grab the rungs and climb up.
What
Sheath
are
my
you?
sword.
I point my rapier at the thing.
It smiles a black tooth grin and folds its arms and begins making more gestures.
I think it's casting something.
I raise my buckler. The combat stance. There's nothing we can do. It's too far away now.
Close my eyes and brace.
Seeing that you intend to fight it, it reaches to a thing sat in the darkness off to the edge and then reveals a long ivory wand that it now in earnest begins casting a spell. Shair.
I leap forward and risking ruining the mechanism, I start leaping from gear to gear and trying to intercept it with a sword blow right to its arm.
Roll to confirm. That crits.
In this case, 9. Right at its arm, holding the wand.
Its arm sinks down, a good chunk being taken out of it, but its hide almost like leather armor hardened. Despite its small size, incredibly durable, and only a bit of black sludge comes out of it where blood should. AC 14. Philippe.
And I land in front of the thing, out of the many mechanisms and tubes of the observatory.
Seeing the glass dome and seeing the thing with a dangerous magical, what I can only assume is magical device, I just ask for the lightning and make a flare. Sudden lightning strikes that blind the creature. It must make a fortitude save or be dazed. Dazzled, I mean.
DC?
DC 13.
It squints its eyes at first, seeing the casting ritual and clearly having knowledge of what that means, but it doesn't look away in time as the flash blinds it in the middle of its attempting to cast this ritual.
My head peeks through the trap door as I finish climbing up the ladder, speaking. Have you found the stars yet? Turn around at the flash of light. Ah!
There's something, some kind of imp flying. It has something magical on its hand.
The creature is waving this thing around directly in front of you, Shair, and it would be easy to take a swipe at it. It's not at all in any attempt to defend itself or hide the movements.
I horizontal strike, trying to damage its wings so it falls down. Yeah. 6 damage.
It falls forward another time, flicking the wand vigorously several times. It 1, 2, 3 flicks, and on the third flick, it crackles with energy, and the entire room is lit up as it's electrifying itself. The spell has gone completely haywire. Some of the tendrils of lightning lash out at you, Shair, but you have a brief moment where you could try to get out of the way. Make a reflex save.
Is that dexterity? 14. No. Actually, it's 18.
The arc of lightning just barely grazes your arm, and you take 5 damage. This thing is cooking in a position, unable to lose grip of the lightning rod that it now holds on to until it collapses, frozen in its pile of weird leathery flesh and gray blood.
I drop my scimitar, clanking. Smoke coming out of my arm.
I first help the lash up. Put my hand for him to grab. Pulling him up, and then I look down to the servant at the bottom. Don't even really care about pulling him up. I just turn back and rush to Shair. Are you okay?
I got zapped. But I point with my nose. The wretched thing is down. Where's Delash?
Up on my feet in the small dome. I look around, see a weird creature on the floor, approaching it. I kick the stave out of its hand.
It clinks along the small ledge, now well and truly cramped in here. There's about as many people as could possibly fit in the small observatory.
Get down on my knees and check its body, a pulse. Start like shaking it a bit. Wake up!
It doesn't make any reaction. A quick examination shows that it probably never had a pulse. This thing is made from stitched together leather, and the wings haphazardly sewn onto its back.
I bend down, pick up my scimitar. The thing it destroyed itself during the spellcast. Well deserved.
I will reach for the wand and very carefully pick it just from the tips of my fingers and drop it into the hole into my background.
The thing, spent of its energy, at least in that moment, sits harmlessly in your hands and falls in.
I flip the creature over a little bit, turn it around, pull it up, get a better view of what it is. Set my lantern down on the side.
It's an abomination. I extend my arm to have a look. I see it's like a thunder marking, like scarring over my arm.
Was it another trap laid by the wizard? Maybe another familiar. Oh, this would make sense, Shire. That is what Matt must have meant about using body parts.
He yells, "Is everything okay up there? There was lightning. What was that?"
Grab the body and throw it through the hole.
At the bottom, he jumps back and his jaw is agape and he doesn't manage to stammer out any words.
Does
Just
this
looking
look
at the
like your
thing.
master's handiwork, Matt?
When he was working in the labs, he wouldn't let us in to see. I suppose so. He shakes his head and starts pacing around the library.
We are
Hello.
taking that to the
There is
nest.
proof.
Yes. It was pointing, Shire. It wanted us to look through the telescope.
Yeah.
Light now dancing off of the observatory room. There is some parchment scrawled, vague sketches of the night sky, not yet turned into the fine paintings in the library.
I'm afraid I might have messed up the mechanisms while jumping on it.
Ah, that's bad.
But have a look nonetheless.
Yeah,
Okay.
Philippe has this look in his eye. He desperately wants to look through the telescope, but he's very worried doing so. I probably shouldn't.
You should. I say.
I scrunch myself down, like getting into position and have a look.
The telescope is pointed at a quadrant in the night sky. Not a constellation, but a spot where the shooting stars you saw a couple of nights ago, or the prior night, it's difficult to remember, are incredibly active. They're not visible with the naked eye, but through the telescope, it's easy enough to see a few seconds pass, and then one streaks across. Then maybe another few seconds, another streaks across.
What do you see?
The cosmos itself dances for us to watch. Stars, they move.
It should be so. That is not unusual.
Kalash leans back and forth. Well, it is a bit unusual. I've never seen them like maybe once every year in my home country.
There is a
That
smaller
happens every few seconds.
there's a smaller astrolabe sitting with the astronomy charts for getting a wider picture.
What do you mean? Is it that erratic?
Yes, every few seconds.
Let me have a
Think-
look. I walk over, almost pushing you away gently.
I get up and take a step back.
I scoot closer to the ladder and put a few feet on the ladder itself, climbing halfway down, making room.
Bend over, start peering into the looking glass as well.
The same things
Yeah.
that
Very erratic indeed.
I walk over to the astrolabe and begin looking at the wizard's handwriting, seeing what he's been detailing.
there's about 50 pages here of these charts, one for every day for the last month and a half or more.
He was measuring distances. I, looking back, pointing at astrolabe.
Almost all of
You-
them are blank. They're nighttime drawings, which means it's mostly just black sheets, occasionally with a couple of dots and streaks of white done in them.
I grab the sheets of paper so that they are all in my hands, put my thumb on them, and begin flicking to see the difference between the stars at each passing moment.
Every 7 nights or so, there's more activity consistently. There are some notes scrawled on the backhand sides of these writings.
I turn around
Very
and
odd.
look at the notes.
They are date stamped and likewise titled The Dark Tapestry 1, 2, 3, 4, etc.
He
He
was
has the
measuring
detail of
something.
the differences in the stars. It seems to have sped up.
Perhaps something is approaching. Huh. I look at the open skies. None of this bodes well. We should get more people involved.
I know not of the character of the wizard, but he has been very obsessed with this, contacting all manners of things about this, even employing kobolds and awful tactics like stitching humans together to accomplish his goal. He was obsessed. And I was starting to think that he might have had reason to. If the stars are coming down at us, maybe he didn't call them.
Hanging onto the ladder, my head poking through the hole a little bit to listen in what is being said. Well, is necromancy that bad in this country?
It is
Digging
an
up the
awful
corpses
act.
sure is.
Stitching cadavers together. Such unnecessary. Regardless, Master Philippe, I believe we should take our rest, report to the Baroness,
Yes,
and
the tower
perhaps
seems to
check
be.
the quarry.
And
You're right. I go over to the stairs and a ladder and begin climbing it down.
about
Did the tower?
getting off the ladder to make room for Philippe as he approaches the floor. I do hand motion to lean over.
Yeah, I get down. Did the tower have a basement of any kind? A dungeon, maybe? I nervously chuckle as I look to the servant.
Looking around the room, the servant is nowhere to be found, and the window on the balcony you came in on swung open.
I run towards the window, look outside.
The lantern and moonlight gazing over the forest and the road into the distance spots nothing.
Think twice of it, Matt. You won't last long amongst the wolves in the forest. Yelling into the darkness.
Voice echoes out, but there's no response.
Start making my way downstairs, hearing the yelling. Did the drunkards flee? The ladders, I mean.
Seems like he did. A damn corpse of this damn devil must have spooked him off.
I'm sure he'll pass out in the dark, in the cold.
I grab its little chubby leg and let's take this back to the Baroness and we'll tell her to have her guards go over the whole village once there's light.
Yeah, I bend down. I take it from your hand, the thing, and I let it kind of drag on the floor. You carry the books.
What about the money?
Well, I left my payment with the Baroness, but I'm not in a hurry. We can get that tomorrow. Or if we're going there right now, I could bring back my box.
I point towards the master bedroom. his money.
I don't want none of his cursed money dealing with outwardly beings from the stars.
I turn to Philippe.
It belongs to his heir, but he has none. It would default back to the Baroness, but I think she has plenty. I think you should have it, Talash. You've worked a lifetime and not been paid for it. The gems belong to the dwarves, no? That's common knowledge.
I stroke my chin.
Gems
Deliberating
belong to
in his own
gems
head,
belong.
not speaking.
I cut off. Gems belong to Calisandre. Elemental. But yes, I suppose you wouldn't mind us taking some.
It would be the first step for you to return to your homeland. You still want that after we were done with this village, right?
I nod slowly.
I'm pretty sure there's more than your weight in golden gems there. You expect to carry that all the way back? We already have a handful. I raise up the ugly cherub-looking thing.
I let out a sigh. If I'm honest, it is hard for me to tell the character of the humans in this town. You act differently in this part of the world. So I must know, Philippe and Jair, do you vouch for the character of the Baroness?
I think that the Baroness wants her hands clean of this whole mess. If we manage to do it, then I don't think she will mind it. I don't think she'll even be in a position to mind it.
Then let us bring the money to her. She can choose who gets paid. That is the way of the law.
We can just warn her
I've lifted
of
up
the
my
money.
backpack twice, showing the weight. I can't bring it with me. I've already got too much.
I'm
That's
sure,
okay. I
Telash.
can carry the footlocker.
Telash, it is fine. She will send her people to. Anyway, clean the place. We must make our way back.
No, that must not happen. There are too many traps. I don't trust the guards. You saw how the guards were back in the collapsed tower, didn't you? They
You
shouldn't
warn the
come
Baroness. She'll send someone more capable. Give her the keys.
The keys will do the trick.
I'm wary of it, but if you say so. Let's go.
We don't need to use the window. I'm making my way back down the staircase.
Oh, yeah.
My eyes linger on the master bedroom. I keep walking towards the spiral staircase.
I jump over the dead bear, the rug.
Toss
Opposite
the keys over to Shair and let's go.
opposite this spiral staircase is a trapdoor leading down to a basement, presumably, as if to answer Philippe's question to the servant. The door sits opposite that, far in the dining hall, exiting to the woods, now well into the night.
Do we
Let's go to the
enter?
Baroness. There is no time. We need to go to the Baroness and make sure that he doesn't make it far. The guards need to be notified. I don't think they'll start their search until dawn, but the sooner we get the news there, the better.
I nod and wait by the door entrance with Jair.
Yes, we should hurry. I touch fiddling with the lock with the keys and open the door.
Step out. My rapier is on my hand, and I can't stop but linger my sight at that one quadrant in the sky that I look through.
Stepping into the doorway, there's a click. And the three of you can feel the floor begin to give way. There's a chance to get out of the way. Make reflex saves.
I fail mine. Too worried about the sky to look down.
Failure.
18. I jump, a backflip, backwards. Yeah. Drop in the carob looking thing.
Shire, the other two drop away. The lantern at Talash's hip, dangling below, falling for a couple of seconds to a hard stone floor below. Both take 9 damage.
I lean
Landing.
over the edge. Are you fine? Say something.
God damn. I'm pretty beat up down here.
I curse.
You broken anything?
Dwarfish.
On the fall, I hit my shoulder on the wall. Just drag down, pulling out the first a layer of cloth, then it cutting through my skin. I grab the piece of loose clothing and wrap it as if it were a bandage around my arm. I'm pretty hurt down here, yeah.
Push myself back on my feet, and grab for the lantern, check the pane glass panels, set it up. I'm
noticed,
bruised, but I'm okay.
As I noticed that we're in a strange place, I just stop and look around the room.
The bottom of this pit seems specially designed only to hold individuals in a place that is useless. It's just a straight walled 15-foot square, straight up and down tunnel.
I'm gonna drop down the rope. Make sure to tie it around your waist.
At least it's clear around here.
A pit trap. Might have gotten it built by those kobolds of his.
The rope is dangling down.
I grab the end of the rope and start making a loop around it with a knot, like the lasso, but more primitive, unlike Shair's. Holding it open for Philippe to loop around his shoulder.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go first. You have the lantern on you. I hold the rope and start. I put my feet on the wall so that it can help me up.
I help put my hands on your boots and push you upward.
Yeah, there we go. I'm almost there. And
I set my leg wide, against the wall, so I'm not dragged down.
Thank you. Damn it. Should have taken the backpack up first. That was half the weight you were pulling on. I'll put my backpack on the floor. Toss the rope back down to Flash.
Now we don't need to go down there just to get it back.
I crouch deeply and leap up the wall and start climbing.
Practice hands make for short work in this case, and back where you started at the front with the open door to the night sky.
Oh, that hurt. I really like this shirt too.
It did look like good silk. Tragedy.
It was.
I touching both your shoulders and on the breastplate of your armor. You think you can jump over the gap?
Yeah, I'm good enough for that.
It would be easy enough to step around. There's a small ledge where one could walk through without having to take the leap.
Here, Master Philippe, I without asking, I pull the backpack out of your bag. That'll be easier for you to balance.
Yeah, let's go. And I step around and Let's make it to the Baroness's estate.
I toss the backpack first over the hole, and then I go
Oh.
around it.
I'm surprised, but I grab it.
Talash, are you hurt?
Climbing out of the hole. I follow along the lines, looking bruised, bit better.
I could have thrown
I'm
the
fine.
rope for you.
I'm a good
Here.
climber.
After I go, I'm gonna close the lock just to make sure nobody else gets hurt or steal anything Charla, evil from this place.
A nod.
And with that, we'll finish up the session for today. All right.
Wow.
Yeah.
That
That
it's
was a
cool
long
to
one.
explore these.
That felt long, guys.
It did. I was thinking
Investigation,
like
investigation. You know, like
Yeah.
because you're thinking and you're, you know.
Yeah, I was like,
And-
I was trying to find like a spot where I was like, oh no, that would be like every time I could think of like thinking a spot to end it. Oh, sorry, Beanhoof. Well, you'll have to go back through and catch up. Every time I could think of like there would be a spot that I could just imagine because you were just getting
Yeah.
into like another thing, you know. It was always just one more thing, you know.
I
I think that was the perfect
those
spot
moments.
to end it. Because
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
finished the dungeon, quote unquote.
Yeah.
I'm very happy that we just walk into a simple pit trap at the very end there. Like
Yeah.
absolute buffoons. Like we didn't listen to anything. We didn't walk along alongside the walls. You know, we were just like, let's walk
No,
out of
but
here.
like the thing was just use the keys. I'm like, the trap is already set. Like we really got gotten by the simplest trap there was.
Yeah, we got got.
Yep.
And that's so it's perfect for me. I don't think
Yeah.
this is like, oh, it's like so stupid role-playing game. You just walk into a trap and now you're comedy. It's like, nah, that's what traps do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's perfect because it's like all of the stress had been laid out. It's like, wow, you
Yeah.
managed to. I was like, wow, you actually managed to kill the grizzly bear without a scratch on you. That's really impressive.
That
There
was
some
such a
really
cool
good
fight.
rolls there for some reason. Like,
Well,
it's
every
20 after
single-
20 after.
Every single attack I'm making on this bear, I'm like, all right, 50% miss chance from blindness, and it misses. Like it's just every time.
Oh,
it
wow.
just did not
Yeah.
manage to get a swing on, and then it could only stumble forward, a few feet at a time because of this. The Talash gave it a Charlie horse. His
Yeah.
legs cramping up.
That was such a cool fight because it was the quintessential fight where it isn't just hit points going down on either side until one runs out. Because there was so much movement and like dynamic like states within that fight. Because
It's like the favorite word of like when you reference a Kurosawa movie, the dynamism in the scenes of all the characters
Well,
moving around.
I think that fight will go as like a great example of how being tactical is not in any way at odds with role playing. Like you can use tactics as your characters would, like it's
the
Absolutely.
Talash punching thing. As soon as the guy woke him up, I think you press the macro. The guy wakes him up, immediate fist.
yeah.
That was really cool. But yeah, that fight was awesome because it wasn't just like withering down HP until the one with more HP survived, right? It was like very dynamic, and we used a lot of different cool rules there, and you can see how the Pathfinder rules, they're extensive, but when you put them together, they actually work. They're like a cohesive whole, right?
I thought it was so cool to see how Philippe was not like
Prepared.
he mentions this like I'm not a haven't been to the college in a really long time, and I don't know if
I'm a college dropout.
I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I thought it was really cool how like a lot of other wizardly characters would go, this is summoned, it can only last so long, we could just run away from it.
Oh really?
Right.
Yeah,
It's like that's like meta knowledge I'm not even thinking of. I didn't even have in my head.
Yeah.
So it's never a consideration.
I didn't think of that. I was thinking, oh, it's a bear. it's a bear enchanted to be a rug, right?
Like,
Which is the way that Philippe would have thought about it. as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, that was my immediate thought was like, oh, Talash has hamstrung this thing. Then, I was thinking, oh, maybe Philippe's gonna make like a knowledge check to see if he remembers that, like, yeah, conjured things are not permanent, and they can
Yeah.
just run away from it for while it staggers after them.
I wasn't totally sure if I'd made it out of the door. So I think when
Mhm.
Talash made it out of the door, I described the bear because the bear attacked Talash after he made it out. So I imagined I was like to the side, and the bear was like between me and the door. So I can't leave now, right? And
Yeah,
Shia
yeah,
was
Oh,
was
cool.
saying that we should put it out of its misery. I was like, yeah, we should.
yeah.
And I
Yeah, I
love
thought
the
that
idea.
was
Like,
cool.
oh, make noise, right? I'll like get behind. I
Yeah.
was trying to use coup de grace there. I even like name dropped it, I suppose.
Yeah, I
don't think the bear was helpless though.
I
so-
made a quick adjudication on that because I was like, is it helpless? No, but it's also distracted, blind, and down to
Hamstrung too.
stumble. Yeah, down to stumbling around. I'm like, if we're 9/10 of helpless, I'm gonna say we're helpless.
Yeah, but then I rolled awful damage because my strength is really low. So
yeah, and it's a freaking
And
grizzly bear.
I
so
like
it's-
that. I liked it that we didn't just like coup de grace it immediately,
Mm.
because I do feel like you need to be able to pin down the active enemy that wants to live.
Mhm.
If you go like for a coup de grace death blow.
Oh my god, and the thing, the I'll call it
The
what it is,
homunculus?
the homunculus.
Oh.
To
It
me,
was clearly not aggressive.
no, but okay.
Yeah.
So the reason why Philippe said, "Oh, it's casting spells,"
So you go to
is
speed.
because
Let's attack it.
he's stressed out, right? He's exploring a dangerous
Uh-huh.
dungeon. He's really freaked out by the moon, and he sees something with like leathery wings. I was thinking it was
Yeah.
another Grioth, so he was like freaking out.
Yeah.
So
It
I
was
role
fun.
played him as freaking out.
No, that it looked like, and
Yeah,
Look, this-
you're in a
this-
world where wizards can blow you up, and there's a guy in the corner going like
yeah.
this.
And we had enough proof that could
Yeah.
very well be a possibility.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like at this, it was a kids on bikes moment of kids freaking out in the manor when they see something
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah, it
and then
felt
the
very,
creature definitely.
He's reaching for a gun.
Yeah. It felt
Oh my
very
god, he has a gun. Kills
very
himself.
haunted house, which I didn't intend at
Yeah.
all. Which, but it's just sort of the ambience of it ended up.
That's what
feeling that
happens
way,
when you
yeah.
go to the manor at night. You know.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
manor.
it's very cool.
I'll say
Um,
though, if you're a weird, like small impish gremlin creature, we will destroy you.
Yeah.
You have no belonging in this world.
I mean,
we have a really bad track record for little imps.
I was
Yeah.
about
This
world.
to grab my healing potion to force feed it to the creature before you like drop the information that it's like an amalgam, recreation.
That's interesting.
Because I was thinking of we need this creature alive in my head.
Yeah, but yeah, it's not a spellcaster and it has no use magic device skill. So
Yeah, that's what I imagined happened.
it's just
there.
like banging this thing around, and of course I roll a 1 on this UMD, so this wand just explodes in its hands and fries it. So yeah, my rolls were all over the place tonight, but that's part of the fun of it, is
Yeah.
getting the as a GM, like figuring out the emergent people say emergent storytelling. It's emergent narrative, emergent description.
Yes.
And running things as they go, because there were some things that I was like, oh god, what is that?
I'm very much sad that the slave servant, just ran away, but it's fine,
he was he was waiting for his shot. He did not want to be in here at all.
I did want to. I was at some point when you guys looked at the book, I looked at him because I was fishing for an inside roll there.
Oh, okay, my bad.
To determine if he does try to dash, like if he's looking for an opportunity, or
that
if he's...
was my bad. I will be better at looking at that, because I thought that for a second, and then I was like, I don't want to And if you're, like I said, if you're fishing for those, you can just tell me 14 cents motive after you've made the description. That way that doesn't happen. So I don't,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
I don't
guess
just blast over you.
I guess I can
Yeah.
take that initiative.
Yeah.
Of let's just drop a roll here and see
Especially-
if something comes up.
Especially with me, because I err probably a little too much on the side of
On the roll
no,
play.
I'm not going to do anything for you, player.
Yeah.
It's your character.
I think I did it with the bear because I rolled a stealth before the coup de grace thing. So 14.
yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
And that was good because I was like, the way you worded it, I was like 50-50 on, is that what he's trying to do? Do I need to make him make that roll?
Yeah.
And like after that, I also like punish myself
Mm.
when the coup de grace failed because I let go because I think the rapier would have like sunk all the way in.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to, like, pull it out.
Yeah.
And now
That's
it's
like
stuck.
That's cool. That's something they mention historically too, is getting weapons stuck in people, especially
Yeah.
on like horseback. If you get it really deep in there, then it can be a problem of like, oh shit, the guy's still alive, but my sword's stuck in him.
Yeah, we just put it. I punished myself for like I gave
Yeah.
myself an advantage by trying a coup de grace and then like punish myself
I
when
thought
it
that
failed,
was
which I think is
cool.
pretty cool.
That's
And I had to
cool.
use one of my limited resources to
A
grasping.
small detail that like I didn't really mention during the game, but I never had a stave or my sack with me because we climbed up the rope.
Yeah, I thought that was
so
cool.
I left it outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Made it
even know if
easier
it's still there. Kind of need to know. You know, did he just take it and run away with it?
No, I mean he was running into the darkness
Yeah.
blind. He
Okay.
didn't
An
see
owl,
it. Yeah.
an owl flew by and
Yeah. Yeah.
Some kobolds
Got
just picked it
stolen
up
by
and took all my
nature.
belongings. You know,
This is all a complex ploy to get Talash's stuff stolen. Yeah.
Well, you had the chance. It was right there.
his bug antenna knapsack.
Yeah. My 7 things.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I really like the little moments that we could role play with. Super cool that I didn't know that the people from Shire's country worship the elementals. That's like super interesting.
Well, okay, so this is where some shenanigans are at play. That this is my headcanon because like, oh yeah, there's no official lore on it. And so in my lore is that they're like they have the elemental worship on top of the official Serenray worship.
Yep.
But you said that
I
it's
like that.
canon now. Yeah.
That's exactly what I like that Paizo, at least old Paizo, left room for stuff, and very often they will give you a really short description and then just go, oh, you fill in the gaps, within reason. Like that's up to you. They don't. Crispy said something the other day, which was like Galarian can be a little too similar to Forgotten Realms, and I was like, I kind of agree, but they don't commit the sin that Wizards of the Coast does, where they over-explain
A
every
novel
corner of the earth,
yeah.
where there's no magic anymore in it, right? You'll have
Right.
one that always stands out to me is along the western coast of the Inner Sea region. There's a village where it's a fishing village, and all of their fish just washed up to shore dead one week, and they're in trouble. And they leave it at that. That's all they say. They don't tell you why all the fish are washing up dead. They don't tell you, they don't tell you what the ultimate fate of this village is. It's just, there it is. Play in that world.
It's really cool if you want to have an adventure, because let's say that you're running this module, right?
Mm-hmm.
If this village is next to this, maybe you could tie the events to the
Yeah,
the module too. It'd be super cool.
Yeah, like something.
There was one moment I tried to evoke, but I think it fell flat,
Mm.
which was when Philippe was talking about like the birds, like, oh, maybe Talash should free the birds because they're from the same reason. They were both freed. I think it fell a bit flat though.
I got what you were.
I got that. I got that. Yeah.
I missed that.
I thought it was.
Like,
Yeah,
I was like,
I wasn't.
I held.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I held Shair's arm though. Let the lash free him, right? Because I think it would be some catharsis to it.
And I thought it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I see what you mean.
I thought it was
Yeah,
kind
it was-
of dark to realize after they're freed that their wings were clipped.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
given
let's
that
free them. They walk
comparison.
around, the fox eats them all. It's like,
Yeah, I was like, what?
yeah,
That would have been so
I
unintentionally
was-
hilarious.
I was role playing Sherry being really upset because I did some research on elementals, right?
Mm.
They're addicts and
Cool.
all their anathemas, and especially with the air
Yeah.
ones, both the evil and the good one, they both hate the idea of like wrongly restraining or denying flight to a creature that naturally can
Oh,
fly.
yeah. Oh, that's so
Oh,
cool.
it's like- Like
Yeah.
you managed to upset both the good and the evil guys like, with this act, you know, like
Yeah, it's cool.
Everybody disliked that.
Yeah.
uh,
So the way
Uh,
I'm gonna handle the magic items is I'll just link them in the chat here, and well, let me know if you don't want me to do this, but I will assume some downtime spent, looking over them, over bed, the same way you spend, an hour in the morning preparing your spells and whatnot. And that's just sort of happens off screen. That these books are studied, and then you can read up on all the mechanics out of character and then have them ready for the next session. Yeah.
Let's avoid the shopping session syndrome, like
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
going over
We
the
took
books.
we took a lot of all of the spell books, or most of them at least.
Yeah.
I'm carrying some of them, so I mean, I'm just sharing them. There's no.
Yeah.
I got no.
I will
agenda
have
with
to
that.
draft those up because they tell you they're filled with X many spells, and then they say figure that out. So I have a thing
Gotcha.
that randomly
we have some
generates them.
homework.
Yes,
And
I have a little
I'm
bit
not,
of homework.
I'm
to
not
do,
reading
but-
this. I'm playing Talash as whatever language
Right.
you're using. I can barely read it. I'm not even writing anything. You know.
Right. I mean, being with the drow, I presume he's. Does Talash speak Undercommon?
No,
Oh,
I don't. I'm too stupid to get any languages extra.
Oh, right. So yeah, the drow they left you in the dark.
Yeah.
You might want to. Well, I don't know if this is up to the roleplay aspect of it, but you can put a skill point in linguistics, and that will allow you to learn the language. If you think Talash should speak Undercommon.
Yep.
Maybe, yeah, that's an option. I didn't know that, but that's cool.
Yep.
Learning linguistics to like unlock something to do currently. Because
Speaking-
I don't think that I should be able to speak on the common, but I could that would be one way to do it to unlock it.
Try to learn it, yeah.
Or I'm thinking more of like actually being able to read and write the local language.
That'd be cool.
That'd be pretty cool, yeah.
Because I mean I'm talking normal since I made the decision. I don't want to try to come up with an African accent and do that every session. Would
Right.
be I think I cannot do it justice, and it would be too jarring.
Right.
So I'm leading into the how Talash talks more and how he reacts.
Yeah.
You should have spoken with like
Hey,
Uganda Knuckles speech. That was good.
everybody in Uganda knows Kung Fu.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Show the way, Philip.
And it drives me
know
nuts
the whiff.
because any game where you've got a character, it's Matej, and it's like, oh, he is Eastern European, so he has to speak with the most racist accent possible. You see, and it's like, oh my god,
I'm
dude.
pulling off like a bad impression. I mean, Conway could have gone the French. We could all be doing like bad accents.
Yes, Shair, we are going.
We just need to
That
get
was
Max
that was
to
more
fill in for your
Russian than
dialogue.
French.
Yeah.
Let us break door. Yes.
Oui, oui.
There's okay, guys.
You're like a circus. Yeah.
What did
Yeah,
you think
exactly.
when
Why is one of these racist and not the others?
Exactly.
I just want to know what you guys were thinking as I like
Because
describe
ethnicist-
myself becoming like stone still, closing my eyes, lowering my
I thought
breath,
you were meditating.
and then I'm just not talking. I'm not reacting to anything anymore.
I thought
Yeah.
it was really funny. Eventually, the servant is
Because
like,
it's dark, yeah.
this guy's falling asleep. But I like that because it was like you guys already went in at night and you've been wandering this
Yeah.
library.
We
for-
already had 2 fights that day.
Yeah, I
Right,
was
right.
pushing all of you as well. It's what do you mean you're exhausted? We got to work.
Yeah.
There's one thing I'm worried about, and this might be a bit meta. let me know.
We try to ram cross.
try
We try to do every
Mostly
Wednesday.
Wednesdays.
Mostly Wednesdays right now.
Yeah.
We try to do
Yes.
every Wednesday. My schedule is finally fixed, trademark.
Oh,
But
yeah.
so hopefully every Wednesday. Yes.
Yeah, I had exams last week, but
Mm,
now I'm done with them.
nice.
But regardless,
Mm.
the one thing I'm worried about. This might be a bit meta, so let me know if I don't
Let
need to
us
worry
know.
about this. But this is the second dungeon that we don't fully explore, because I know that some adventures like design they need to explore like the whole dungeon. Because I think we left the collapsed tower midway, and now we're not exploring the
Yeah.
basement for this one.
It's weird. Like with the collapse
Honestly-
tower, I definitely felt like I want to go back there and go down the tunnel. Absolutely.
I feel
It's
like there's more to investigate there as well.
Yeah.
But I feel like we got enough clues. Everything is converging back to the Kobold mine, so like
Yes.
we should probably check that. You know.
Absolutely, or at least like it's clear what we can do next. You know, there's no question of
Mhm.
oh, I don't know. Let's figure it out. Let's brainstorm.
Yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
clues have come together.
Right.
Yeah,
What I like
say
the
this
most
because
is that go ahead.
you go first.
What I like the most is that we are actually role playing out the information and have that back and forth in character. And like everybody is contributing to that. And I don't feel held back by like 8 intelligence. And maybe you can have some people say, well, you're not
With 8
trying to
intelligence, of
roleplay the
course you
stupid
don't.
character, you know? It's like,
But you know, 8 is just like slightly below average. You know,
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
you meet people like that every single day, where it's like you wouldn't know unless you had a really long conversation with them. That
I am 7. I'm like, I'm not worried about that.
that's really funny. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like, what should I should I even change the way I roleplay when we talk about information and bring up things we've known before? Because I think like yeah, if you never roleplay in your role-playing games, which I'm not judging people, I'm just saying if your role-playing tables have like lots of out of character talk, then you're like, okay, maybe I draw from this to inform my roleplay a bit more. Use the charisma of like how well does he talk to people. Use intelligence of like what would his arguments be. But I just like followed the logical conclusions of things I've known before. That would be like in the front of my mind as character. That like when he mentions this is like, wait, so that means the kobolds have their own agent. It's not just a wizard. It's A.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'm role playing Philippe to be a pretty bad Pathfinder character actually, because he's a bit of a scaredy cat.
Yeah.
Like I
absolutely.
basically skipped my first turn because I fell to the ground, and then I spent a whole other turn like getting up and grabbing my rapier. Well, when we found the bear, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you have to role
like
play
that.
these opportunities. Now, one thing that I have to say is that I feel like, yeah, I also want to go back and explore that dungeon. But now there's the second dungeon that I also want to go back and explore, and like it feels very dense. Like it's very dense with content, which makes sense because it's a module, right?
It's a module.
Yeah, like every room has a description, has stuff in them,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I don't know. As the years pass, and I do that even in video games now, I do not care about looking every chest. I will look the chest that is in my way, on like in front of me. Like,
Right.
I will wake up the next day, you know, the same.
And
my life will not be changed that much.
Yeah,
Right.
it feels
And something I
organic that
like
we
is-
didn't go through 100%, right? Doesn't it?
And
Like, it
something
feels
I
like
like
that's what
is-
would have happened in
is
reality.
that like the dining room, it's just a dining room. Like it's a dining room with some nice stuff in it. Basically, like a lot of these rooms
There's
just
a
tell
healing
you
potion.
Can I just say, I love lighting candles in the darkness so we can
Yeah.
see shit. Nobody imagines that you're in absolute darkness as you navigate a dungeon because 3 of them have fucking dark vision, and I got a lantern. I got glowing lights, and I got like, who gives a shit? It's fucking dark. Let's light some candles. Let's not get. We don't have to walk through the spooky manor with the lights off, you know.
let's make sure we have sight in case the guy carrying the lantern gets knocked over, drenched in water or something.
I noticed that you did that when we were climbing up into the observatory, and you were like sleeping, like snoozing off, right? I was like, oh, but it's dark up here.
Mhm.
And then Tyler's, oh, no, but there's like moonlight. Like,
Yeah,
okay.
I
fine.
figured that there's probably some moonlight because I remember that was a description before.
Yeah.
Like it's probably seeable, you know.
Yeah.
But still not, until
Yeah.
Talash comes up with the lantern, you can't see any of the
Exactly.
the
Yeah, that is my headcanon as to why the thing like crept
You
up
didn't
on us.
know
That is-
about the small one stash with a wizard staff inside
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
yeah.
So hard to see.
Yeah.
Where's
But
Lash and his lantern when we
That's
need
really cool.
him? It's just asleep.
Yeah.
yeah, there
And
is
that was-
a
In my head, it's like no matter how loud everything is, if nobody touches him, he's gonna sleep through everything. He's out.
I really like the pacing of this one. I think that it was a little bit more awkward. Like the kobold dungeon, quote unquote, the collapsed tower. It was a little bit more awkward. This one, I think,
Yes.
hit our
It was
stride.
the first one too, right? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I could very easily visualize the whole wizard tower in my head. And it's a
Yeah,
pretty
absolutely.
complex thing because we got up
yeah.
through like a balcony,
Yeah,
the second
yeah.
floor, then there's like the lower floor, and there's like a little
think-
the observatory.
part
The
of what
servants'
was
rooms.
Yeah. Part of what was complex about that first one is that I'm trying to describe areas of like this is collapsed and shut off, and then this is extending over to this way. There's some newly worked tunnels that are organically intersecting stuff.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's
and
like
there was a tunnel that was like 50 feet long. Like that was just very difficult to visualize.
right, it's like really when you have the bird's eye sort of GM view of just looking at the map, it's like, okay, I can see what this is. And then you try to
Mhm.
describe it through language and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
that's actually kind of tough to describe.
Yeah.
That is the
Right.
tough part. A lot of game masters underestimate that part and they never practice.
Right.
How do you describe a complex dungeon through first person walking through it? It's a
Yeah.
maze.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a maze. What you're experiencing is a maze. It's like entering a hospital that you've never been to and it's like way too big, you
Yeah.
know? Or the first airport.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of like that game that Crispy watched, like recently, where they spent like 1 hour in the libraries, like going around and talking to the.
I
friends.
was-
yeah,
I was-
Abomination Wall.
I was internally laughing when Philippe shoulder checks this like solid oak door and then fails to it, and I was like, God no! Please tell me they remember they can just climb up and we don't have a 30-minute long door scene.
Oh no, we're not having a door scene. Let me
I
tell
was
You know
you.
what's
looking
funny?
Through my sack. Do I have like a crowbar with me?
Yeah, I was like,
We-
do we have like an
one
axe
thing
or
I remember
something?
clearly. One thing I remember clearly that we left off on the last session is that you used like the flash so
window.
we could see
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And I was ready. In my head, what Shay would have done, he would have tied the glass sword thing to like kind of hook it on the balcony thing.
Yeah,
But then
yeah.
you said, "I'm on the wall and I'm extending my hands." I'll not deny him his moment. I'll let him.
Yeah,
go speak.
right.
Yeah, I
on,
was
man.
thinking of telling you
Come
to
on,
the
like,
left.
don't leave me hanging. Get up.
Yeah.
Put your feet up.
I thought of like grabbing a rock off of the floor, like tying it
Yeah,
and like
so you-
breaking the window, like throwing it
Mhm.
through the window instead of like going on the balcony.
Yeah.
But,
Yes, we have several long tirades against Pathfinder Second Edition.
yeah.
Yeah, we are playing first edition here.
Yep.
And we chose first edition, first of all, since Flame Zombie here at the top left
He hates.
roleplayed lots of first edition, so he has extensive knowledge on how to roleplay in it, about all the intricacies of the rules and how they work.
Lots
And
of the
we are
time,
using,
for
like,
example, sorry to interrupt.
ahead.
Lots of the times, for
And the
example,
little I know of second edition, I don't know. Like for example, do you know what a shuni is, man?
Oh
Yes.
my gosh, dude! The Shuni trait, which does I don't know, they didn't write anything for it.
So
It's a
we
tag,
looked,
you know,
we
like-
looked into second edition of what other people like about it and how they roleplay this dungeon, like in their first session in second edition.
Oh, it's the same.
And
the same
conclusion
module.
was nothing is gained by using the second edition rule set. Like you
Nothing
gain
is
nothing useful. And that's why we're
Yeah.
not using it.
Very cool game,
Because-
guys.
Yeah, that's a good point. Something that's constantly mentioned about it is how 2E helps you, get teamwork so good. That's repeated over and over again. The teamwork, teamwork, teamwork. But it's like, look at the fight with the bear that you guys did. That was like grade A teamwork, And
Because-
The bear fight is like it's above average.
Yeah.
Look at the bear fight. It shows how the Pathfinder rule set can be used to make some very fun scenarios. Very quick as well. Like it was a quick fight. It was like tense the whole way.
There was no initiative roll, which for new listeners here might sound insane. Like, why are you not rolling initiative when there's clearly combat happening? Because in our heads, what would we gain from rolling initiative specifically?
We did it for the first session, and it was just it's just a little jarring that first turn, and then you're just playing normally again. Then it's like
we followed what is logical. Talash is charging the bear like a quarterbacker. It was
it's my instinct was definitely, we are in danger. I will punch the shit out of him.
Yeah,
to stun him.
I thought that was cool.
Trying to roleplay Bucky, against the bear.
That immediately spoke to me as like, oh yeah, this guy was a drow slave to be sent to the front lines at the first sign of danger and just thrown as a body. And I was like, that was so.
Oh, I had another moment where my character got angry and I got angry as well. Like it's blending. Reality is blending. But like Kailash jumped and like I had like Shire was angry and like I started getting angry too. Like, come on, man, I gotta step down a bit. It's like, why did he charge like this? So idiot.
I was terrified of the bear.
I'm not running out of melee range.
Yeah,
there's no running. Untangling myself.
Because Kailash is thinking like a group, right? Like this room is too small for us to do anything effective.
It was so cool to imagine, Philippe, sort of shaking with his rapier at the doorway, and then the unarmed 4-foot tall man just running and Superman punching his man.
I was even more pathetic. I fell to my ass and like I had to grab my rapier and get back up,
Yeah, that was a cool scene. But yeah, sometimes you will see the mechanics of Pathfinder being used passively here, where like climbing the thing, the party already showed that they can climb a thing not under duress. I don't need a roll. There's the taking 10 and taking 20 methods for it, where it's like taking 20, if there's no chance that you could lose anything, well, the rope isn't going to just disintegrate. It's only, a single story. If you fall 10 feet, you don't take any damage. So there's no risk of that either. So it's like, I don't need to roll
it's time of the essence. It's like, are you getting chased by the kobolds? Try to climb down.
All of the wolves were scared off by the commotion earlier with the Grioth, so they're not a problem running around. So I was like, nope, this is just until you get in, it's just pretty laid back. And I think that's part of the
Matt
beauty.
Is definitely 100% dying, by the way, to some wolf, drunk, alone, without any tools.
Hypothermia, man. Hypothermia.
Well, it's summer, so it's not that cold. But he is malnourished.
The mosquitoes will eat him alive.
He will. I give him 2 days, and he will walk back into Bellum
we'll see. I'll be all
leaves and sticks and mud in his head.
But between sessions, I'll roll a
survival check.
After he's sobered up, I'll roll man, what the fuck? Am I gonna do the walk of shame back to town or head to the next area?
How much pride does he really have?
Right.
And I think we were very cordial to him as well. It's because sometimes you get the adventuring part and they're like, well, I'm a barbarian. I'm just shaking him until he gives me what I want.
Yeah, he's but this is a terrified guy that's not exactly of his right mind. He's been on restricted diet, little water, and probably little to no sleep over the past few days. And
Talash, do you have something for him? No, my pack is outside. He must suffer.
The same thing. I thought, man, you're in the kitchen. Like, no way. There's nothing here, you know.
I barricaded himself in because he is like hyped himself up in this psychosis of like I can't touch anything. I don't know what the wizard's trapped. Like,
I love the discussion that we had. We basically established that we think he is like a fall guy for like the whole thing.
yeah,
pretty
that's
funny.
cool. Yeah,
And I love the description of him like actually cracking the bottle, not opening it, just like cracking the bottle and drinking straight out of it.
Yeah.
Master set me free, you know.
Master handed me a gun.
I don't even blame him because he tossed a damn like homunculus baby down the down the ladder, right?
As far as you know, it was coming for him.
And after that, I said like he started pacing, and that's when I was kind of thinking like, all right, I'm this guy. These three lunatics that are like actually combat capable are upstairs. Like, fuck. I saw the bear was dead, but now there's this thing. What's around the next door? No, I'm not following these guys around anymore. What they're doing, whatever they're touching, is too dangerous. I'm out of here. I'll take my chances.
Run away.
Yeah.
That was really cool. Yeah.
Fantastic session.
I apologize
for
my dog. I forgot to close my door, and she broke. And
it was just one snore.
You were in the zone.
Right. I looked at it and I was like, if I have time to yell at her, I will. But she just naturally ended up leaving. She wanders around for no particular reason. I'll remember that next time. Everyone level up to 3 as the strange.
Damn. Okay. I'll stick around.
Energies from this observatory suffuse with your body.
Oh wow!
I got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 5 more maneuvers that I have to remember now that I can do with my class.
You don't have to remember all
any panache.
You don't have to remember.
I was using stuff today, but not panache. I was using charmed life. That's why I was like getting like +5 on saving throws. You know.
Yeah, I know. Shair really felt like the charmed life. It really made you feel like, you know, the like a ship's rigger. You know, you handily using the rope and, you know, doing backflips over the pit trap. And good thing too, that was, you know, chronological order covering the session. It's a good thing Shair was at the top of that, because man, if you were all stuck at the bottom of this like smooth pit trap, that would have been a mess.
Well, we're gonna be waiting here.
I decided to just fail, not even roll, because I was describing my character looking up, right?
I liked that a lot. That was so good. Honestly, that's what makes the big difference of what are the players sitting at your table, and if the players are willing to like take a loss here and there because it makes sense for the character, it's so much easier to accept when the player says, well, that's what my character would do, because they also do things that don't help their characters, right? And the biggest criticism is like, oh, that's what my character would do. It's always the asshole move that they justify. When they say,
I mean, we left a bunch of. I mean, we had the gold talk, but like Shair saw like gold to, you know, to retire, and it was like, no, not messing with that.
Yeah, it's like, I love that a lot. It's like, well, I'm not stealing because that's what a thief would do.
Guys, I have to leave though now. So.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
I'll get you guys in the later on.
Yeah,
absolutely.
See you, Nicholas.
Always a pleasure playing.
There's the thing when we had the gold talk. I enjoyed it that we took the moment to actually talk about it while we are in the tower, because I wanted to decide for Talash, is he just gonna take the money and reward himself or not? Because I don't know, you know, like, as my background for my character, it's not something I thought about, because I like thinking about what my character would do, but I don't come up with predetermined solutions.
I mean, just like in real life, you know, we often have to make those decisions on a fairly regular basis. You know, you run into some
past $1,000 on the streets, like in the park, in like a small bag that just happens to be by the bench. Nobody else is there. Nobody's looking.
Yeah.
You're like, am I bringing this really to the police?
Yeah.
Or do I pocket it?
Yeah.
That's a month's rent. Like, that's a
what
tough.
will I do?
You know, that's a tough moral decision to make on the spot.
What's your character, right? Like,
it's a little
I
bit
could
like,
use
you
the
know,
money. I could go home with that money. Or I could like
You
give
know-
myself a cut and then give the rest to the Baroness, or we can divvy it up. Nobody has to know about the money. It's like, well, the slave is, the servant is gone. He won't tell anyone.
Well, that's the thing, right? In Pathfinder, just assume that you loot the dungeon, right? I'm sure the game design is like, oh, they need X amount of gold when they're
Per
level
level,
3.
yeah.
But
But, you know,
the thing is, it's hard, like in actual real life, if
Mhm.
you like, if you're like the local governor told you to explore this mansion, it's like, oh, it's full of money. Like you're not just gonna grab it.
they're right.
The
right.
only reason why I grabbed the magic item is because these are dangerous, and I don't want other people to mess with them, right? That was
I
like the
think,
only reason. For it.
Something likewise that this module has done very well in this section is telegraphing. It's not just a total death trap. You know, the traps they're really, really hard to spot, especially because you guys did go in a little early. You know, that's what all of the, you know, townsfolk are like, don't wander around that tower. It's a death trap. You know, there's a bunch of stuff in there. God knows what. And there's the dead kobold at the door. And I'm like, it's doing the telegraphing thing very well, to the point that I don't think it would ever feel super unfair, you know, when anything did trigger.
Absolutely. I just love that actually having a good reason to take the money, because I worked a lifetime for free already. That was such a great argument by Conway's Philippe.
Yeah.
I love that a lot.
And then the servant just sort of drunkenly mumbling out that it's like, well, he's got no heirs, so, you know, like pushing it even further.
We looked for a will. It's like nobody owns this. The guy's evil. He's digging up corpses, so using corpses for his own tools. He's clearly crazy. So, like, if he had an heir, who knows if they even deserve it?
Yeah.
Or if he can
Or
find it. Like, there are
know?
all of these reasons to take the money, and Talaj asking, well, do you think that the Baroness is fair? Because I'm weighing up of, I lived in a lawful society where slavery is fine and my life has no meaning, because that is the law. Even if it's like the evil law of evil drow people.
Yeah.
But that is also the law. And I don't know if the people here, from what I've met of the people, they were nice enough, but there can always be nice people in an evil society. So really leaning on Philippe's judge of character of the Baroness was very important.
So that's what you mean, yeah. I like how you erred on the side of law. Because they say, oh, it's the law that she should have the money, right? I like that. Is your character lawful?
Yeah, if you're just talking alignment, yes. But also as a principle, the law keeps society flowing. Like, it keeps things peaceful and helpful towards each other, because there's so much chaos in the world already with monsters, gods, and sects and cults and demons and devils.
Spoke like a true dwarf. That is totally what a dwarf would do. That was really cool.
Yeah.
Which is why I was thinking of it like, oh, he's a dwarf. I was like, okay. He's following the law because he's a dwarf, right? It's like, oh, his kind are.
I could take the chance, like I could lean into the greed. Then I'm like, what? Not my dwarf. Maybe if events play out differently, and he's not in a good place, he will lean into the greed.
I think that's a good point though, about like balance and the whole like wealth by level thing. This guy has an inordinate amount of money. The designers of this module went more with, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff in here that the player characters could just go through, take off the walls. You know, there's thousands of gold in just like decorations and fine dining ware. And, you know, if you'd strip this place bare, it would be insane amounts of wealth if you could spend it, if you could get it out of the town, if, you know, there's a lot of ifs in there, because the dude is rich. He's been here for decades, and he's very old and very powerful. Well, was.
It's fantastic for role-playing a thief. You're like, oh my god, we're gonna be rich, and the other guy role-plays the paladin. It's like, god damn it, why do you have to cock block me so hard?
And they went with, this makes sense. This is supposed to be a rich person. He doesn't have, 30 gold, silverware. No, he has proper full silver dining ware and fine china, birds imported from
Yeah.
the Mwangi Expanse.
I really enjoyed that detail as well. I
was
just
really
gave
cool.
them a name on the spot because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think that's cool.
Yeah. No, that
Yeah, that was perfect. That would be the kind of thing U4D.
Yeah.
And I mean the manual of war,
Mm.
it's 7,500 gold, right? It's
Yeah.
like 10 times what we got so far, just like this
Yeah.
one book.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that's
Yeah.
really cool. When I was role playing with the manual of war, I thought it was like those kind of books that would increase like one of your stats, which is like, oh, it loses its power. But no, it's actually like, it seems to be like a fighter, a good item for a fighter. It
Yeah.
to be like a share item.
And I would modify it actually for just like any bonus feats. I don't see why diegetically.
I don't know what
this
it does.
I don't see
honestly, so-
why diegetically it would only function for a fight. Like, does the book know you're a class fighter?
Yeah.
No. Basically,
is it supposed to be class limited instead of
yeah,
Pathfinder?
yeah.
It
But
is, yeah.
basically, you can read the book for an hour, and you can replace one of your bonus feats with another bonus feat, and it lasts 24 hours. The book like literally modifies
Ooh.
your memories of having trained. But unlike what Philippe was describing, where the book loses power, you just forget it after 24 hours, and you have to reread the book if you want to redo the spell again.
Right. It's like it's in your short-term memory, but when you go to sleep, the magic wears off.
Yep.
I like that. That is a super cool thematic book.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to roleplay, but it can work.
Yeah, and I think it's one that really shows the. It may well just be a chunk of money to throw at some wealthy merchant in the future, but it's also one that's like leans into the system mastery. Like
Yeah.
for example, if I was a fighter and had access to all of the combat feats as bonus feats. Right now I'd probably be thinking like, oh, I might have to be dealing with like swarms of a bunch of kobolds, and so I might retrain into like the rat catcher feat where you're a lot better at like taking sweeping or cleave or something like that, where I'm a lot better at taking this having access to this like hundreds of years of martial knowledge.
And I wanted to have like a couple of scenes that just never showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Because they would all be happening during downtime, basically, because we never had the monk training session.
Yeah, it's always a question as to whether or not you do downtime on screen or not with these things. That's probably a question for the future, because I think the module at some point leaves some like organic space for. Even now, it's not like if you rest a day, immediately things start falling apart. There's some exigency, some pressure placed on the party. There's still these missing townsfolk. There's these things showing up from God knows where. But it isn't like the town's going to be razed to the ground tomorrow. So
exactly,
that's interesting.
And
I remember. Sorry, you go first, Omar.
Well, it's one of those things of allowing the players to choose at what pace they will take, but then it's also the player's responsibility that if they take a slow pace, that it's worth the time spent at the table, because that is the cardinal sin a lot of players do. Because if you're stuck playing a game in a session with people that drag their feet, they're not contributing to the game, or they play it for the social aspect, but not for the events in the game. That you allow them to say what they want to do, and they do nothing. It's a colossal waste of time, of everybody's time, and that's and so being able to choose, let's take it a bit slower, or let's speed it up. Let's just take 3 days of downtime. Checking in with some NPCs, discussing plans, and moving things along like over 30 minutes instead of having a whole session about it.
Mm-hmm.
I was excited because I remember at third level I was going to grab a feat that allows me to add my dexterity to my damage.
Yeah.
But now I can't seem to find it in Elephant in the Room. Isn't there like a better way to? Do I need to become a gunslinger like everyone else?
No, let me take a gander
That
at
would
it.
be funny. Like throw that into Flame Zombie's face. Like,
I learned how to shoot pistols, but only so that I can use my dexterity to my great advantage.
I don't care about that. Let's see.
That was like the one thing you seem angry about, like everyone is it's kind of like the crab, like everyone is evolving into a crab, like everyone
Right, exactly. It's
personification.
Guns.
I can punch the screen whenever I want.
And then Paizo gives you the kind of lazy answer of, well, you could always just ban gunslingers in your games. It's like, okay, I feel like there's a more elegant way to do this, though.
It's like, okay, here is this dungeon full of trapdoors. You can always choose the way that's not trapped.
Yeah.
But how do you know? You don't know the fucking dungeon.
You always just dig a tunnel,
You're supposed to tell me the way.
Oh gosh, that's
Like
funny.
the writers should tell you those are options that are super niche but possible for the right group. But
Right.
you will have to be able to judge if it's fit for you. And then they
It's
don't help you
fencing
on how to
race.
judge that.
I think fencing race is the feat I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, I don't think that one's even Elephant in the Room. I think Rogue gets it for free, is what Elephant in the Room changes.
It is. Yeah. I found it. Yeah. Rogue gets it for free at level 3.
We should do Red Cross. Let me find the invite link to that.
No, yeah, you're
sorry,
right.
I threw up my link to the live stream after we were talking for 4 minutes. So it cut out like the start because I was still trying to fix the character and everything.
No worries at all.
I'm grabbing fencing race. Oh yeah, Ramcross. Turns out we have a pretty big Discord for organizing these kinds of games.
Yes, it is. It's growing.
Because we are not focusing on playing Pathfinder. Our focus is on 40 roleplay. What if we have the whole session, but we never speak out of character? We say where we are, what we do, and what we say as a character.
Yeah, imagine Pathfinder, but combat doesn't take 30 minutes.
Hours.
Yeah, it doesn't take an hour to do what happens in a minute in game.
You don't have you don't have to spend 10 minutes discussing if there's a ladder or a rope, then deciding that there is no ladder, and an hour later you describe the ladder anyways. It's so that was an event that happened that was so weird to witness because he made a decision and then forgot about it.
And likewise had the physical, battle map there.
Yeah.
Which didn't help him because it didn't show the ladder that was or wasn't there. We're not sure. So
you have this beautiful battle map to use for the game, and then you have to draw in with crayons of a ladder existing as well.
That's the definition of immersion right there.
I'll drop the invite link.
To have all the tokens ready. Like, let me grab my ladder token that I just happen to have this time.
Right.
Yeah.
There's definitely a comfort aspect to it. You kind of have to embrace the cringe, embrace the suck. We're all nerds here. But there's nerds, and then there's nerds parentheses derogatory.
I'll drop the invite link on Flame Zombies chat.
Yes, please do, because I am a Luddite and always have trouble finding it.
There we go.
After the game, I put it in the description, but it's gonna be tomorrow.
Excellent.
I'm exhausted.
There it is on the chat. I am actually going to run a Pathfinder game very soon. I'll run using spheres because I want to introduce people.
Yes, I want to play Spheres of Power. I hope to be able to.
I'll run it for you, man.
Yeah.
What days do you have free, actually?
Tuesdays.
3 days.
Thursdays. And
it's Nicholas that can't do Tuesdays. What about next week? We have session 0 on a Tuesday and then this game on a Wednesday.
That would work for me.
Hell yeah.
I could do that. No, I think it's just me and Zolar, actually.
Yeah.
Zolar and Flame Zombie, But the whole community is very like stream oriented. We have that. part of it.
YouTube.
Because there are really very few people out there that try to put in a lot of role play in the role playing games. Like
Right.
most people, they want to have the fun times with friends. They want to
Yep.
talk about pop culture.
Yeah, it's beer and
references.
pretzels.
They
you
want
know,
to
it's-
like banter back and
But
forth.
we're of
And-
Because
yeah.
you showed up late to the stream, right? I don't know if you saw us playing. Like,
Yeah, like
the
at
bear
the
fight is an
very
example.
end,
Yeah.
he just joined.
But
Yeah.
you know, as a contrast, I think the mechanical crunch of games like Pathfinder has something to add to beyond just a board game or a war game. Like I think the way that you can get these cool scenes of this thing, you know, struggling to cast its spell and then rolling a 1 on its UMD check, and then the thing going haywire and lashing out. The way that, unlike a board game, you know, as a GM, you can adjudicate, you know, player ingenuity, where you know Shair is like lassoing this chest and moving it, and I'm thinking like, does the spell care if a person is moving the chest or if the chest is moved? And so there I'm like, it's gonna take a little bit to figure that out. You know, it like slow stumbles to life as if under, you know,
Yeah, it's
coming out of
I like
hibernation instead.
Well,
and
if
with
you're
Pathfinder,
excited,
you can use the level of the spell to determine of how intricate is the spell being
Yeah,
cast.
right.
there's that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're interested in roleplay, then you're more than welcome to join the Discord. I mean, like I said, I'm going to be running a Pathfinder thing very soon in the same community.
Yeah.
Thank you for showing up, Inhoof.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Ooh,
I'm gonna. Yeah, I will do it tomorrow. You can check my YouTube channel Sonalar in the live chats and also in the videos. In the newer ones, I have the Discord link posted in the descriptions. So if you want to join the 40 roleplay community, the RPG Crusade, we do training sessions, pretty much like as a volunteer based service. So people can try if they try and find out how it feels like to roleplay with an extra set of rules, so to say, where we
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
speak out of character
Yeah.
and we don't ask how to roleplay without asking the game master any questions.
Right.
Seems impossible to people until they do it, and then
Right.
it clicks. Then
If
like
you-
something
And
clicks.
it's really
for them.
fun.
If
Yeah.
you go through, I think
I-
every single one of you had one moment where I give a sort of vague description of a room, because you know, just walk into a room, you don't notice every picture frame and every little thing strewn
Yeah.
around on the floor, and then to prompt whether or not that, you know, there's more to the room, somebody will, you know, look around, you know, start flipping through pages to sort of prompt me to go, oh, you want more? Okay, here's more. Here's what else is in the room now that you've had a chance to, you know, to sit in it
Yeah.
for a few seconds.
Here we go. I posted the invite link on Zonalar's stream as well, which is where Bean
Right on.
Hoof's the live comments have been coming from. So there we go. You're both invited to join the community if you're
Yep.
interested in the roleplay aspect of role-playing games.
Yep.
The Pathfinder game I'm going to be running is actually going to be open to newer players as well. So
Oh, cool.
you want to hop
Right
in
on.
as well. And I don't know if I'll post it or stream it because I'm not a big. I'm present in a lot of people's channels, but I don't really post much to my own channel.
Yep. He's a
Hopefully,
lurker.
I can get.
Mhm.
Yeah, hopefully I can get someone that actually streams to play in my game because then they'll be able to stream from like
I'll do
their
it.
perspective.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd be down for it. We got to expand the insular Pathfinder role player
Right,
community,
there
not
are-
the war game.
There are singles of us. Singles. So
Yeah.
it's like
It's
4 or
also-
5
like-
of us, you know.
I would
It'll
love
be like
to
Shauner. We'll have the sirens call out there for the few that role play, right?
And I'm
Yeah.
definitely fine with Pathfinder. I enjoy rules light systems because I don't want to think too hard about all the rules in the game before I make a choice what I do in character. I just want to make the choice that feels natural. And then the bad part, or like the reasons why I never touch Pathfinder again, is because I always played with game masters and players that like dig into the rule book of all the nitty-gritty rules that I need to know before I can do the thing.
Yeah, like I
That
didn't.
just like push me off. Like, okay, I'm not.
I didn't
bothering with this.
remember hamstring off the top of my head if it was like how many rounds it lasted or this that, and I'm gonna go catch up now to see like if it lasts X rounds or if it's just a thing
I
that
didn't
happens.
know.
I think
I'm
honestly,
slowing them down if I hamstring. I
Yeah.
believe.
That's the thing, right? Pathfinder is a crunchy system, but I think that's to the benefit of the players. And let me tell you right away. Let's say we're playing a rules light system, has no rules
Yeah.
for like hamstring or any of this, has no rules for coup de grace or concealment.
Mhm.
It's much harder for the GM to come up with something consistently in his head
right,
instead of
right.
just using the existing rules as a frame, as like a frame of reference, basically.
Mm,
So
Yeah.
Pathfinder already has concealment, right? It's just
Right.
it's a 20%, 50% chance to miss.
yeah,
So if something happens that would cause someone to miss, I can just I can use the concealment rules.
yeah,
Hamstring, I could probably use this other rule that like halves their movement speed or something like
yeah.
that.
That's exactly what I did, and effectively, what would have happened if I just did what I did now and did Control F hamstring? There's 25 results in the document. Let me look through. Okay, the 24th
Yeah,
one is what
you
I'm
lose
looking
20
for.
minutes there. Right?
And I look up, and guess what I find out? I find out that it's entangled, not has its movement reduced. But that would have been the same thing because it's stuck in this little room where it can only move so little. So it didn't. That wouldn't have affected it. My ruling on the fly was actually, pretty damn close to the correct thing.
Yeah,
The
keep
only
the
other
damn
thing is,
game moving. Don't pause to look at the rules. See,
right,
like
exactly.
everything was fine.
And now I know it lasts for a round, and then for every 5 you go over the CMD, you get an extra round. Now I'll remember that.
And I
there
wasn't
you
sure
go.
if it's gonna be useful or not, but we wanted to run away and have some distance.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna use hamstring
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I'm in melee, so I'm not running away immediately. I need to get an opening because I'm thinking in character. I'm not thinking in rules.
Yeah.
There's something in the back of my mind. Well, if there's 5-foot step, then I can walk, but I can't do both, or like I can't do an attack. And I'm not even sure. Like, can I do a 5-foot step and then run away because I'm not attacking?
Right.
But let's just say first, let's make an opening. I can hamstring. It's a thing my character can do.
And
And
to modify that, if you want to spend your whole turn to like disengage, to just take a 5-foot step back so it can't get a swing at you, then run away, that's something you can do.
And in other Pathfinder D&D type games, you often find players playing that. No, don't do that. Just attack. It's your turn. You need to do 25 damage.
Yeah,
every
we have to whittle
Otherwise,
its health away, and
or
that's
you're
so
gonna
boring because
die.
it's just a race. Who has more hit points is just gonna win, right? It's just boring. Like it's just
That's-
numbers bashing against other
Yes.
numbers. Now look at the fight
Right.
we had with the bear. That was so cool. There was like so much movement.
glad.
Like, I blinded the bear, and then Talash managed to like hamstring it. Then they made noise at the door. Like I got a good hit on it from behind, and then Shire rushed in with the scimitar. That was such, you can very easily
and, like,
visualize it in your head.
There's like one example of where the mechanics at least help me as a GM, where it's like the banging noise at the door is a distraction. That was the one thing I had to adjudicate where I'm like, I don't actually think Pathfinder has rules for that. It might, but I was like, nope, that makes sense. It's a blind thing. I get what's going on here. Like, no.
I think the only thing that comes to mind is the help action, where you can
the aid
help
action.
to give a +2, right?
Yeah.
But I got it.
But you did it perfectly, right? That was a perfect
exactly.
adjudication.
See what they're trying to do. Yeah,
And the ruling made sense. The world didn't break, and it was really cool to see. It made the fight more interesting.
In a less crunchy game, when you're having to do that, Zonalar, like you said, you're trying not to think of the rules. But on the GM side of things, I have to think of the rules all the time, right? Because that's sort of the job as the adjudicator. So if I can, I guess it just sort of depends on whatever you find easier. Do you find it easier to come up with stuff on the fly, or do you find it easier to memorize the set in stone rulings? I find it easier to memorize the rulings, particularly because you now aren't bound to a ruling you made an hour ago, then remembering it, then now writing it down. So, okay, now I have to. In the future, you end up having to have memorized it anyways, because now you have to remember. Oh yeah, what do we do for distractions again, or what do we do for that again? And when it's one or two things, it's not a big deal. But when it's apocalypse world, can I use a short-ranged weapon in melee? Like, can I use a pistol in melee? I don't know. The game doesn't say. Everything has
We
like a
made
very...
the ruling like 12 sessions ago, but I forgot what it was.
Yeah,
we
wait,
have to-
what did I say on that?
Do we
Yeah.
go through
GM,
the
what's
notes?
the jurisprudence for this ruling?
Like pretty much.
But are you being inconsistent with your rulings? That's bad manners, GM.
Right.
I would be so bold as to say that the bear fight is a good example as to the strength of a heavy crunch system.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can really see how all the rules came into being there, and it made the game make sense. And it also made the fight be very interesting. Because if you had a more rules-light system, maybe you can okay, he blinded the bear, so that's disadvantage, right? And then but then Talash kicked the bear, now it's slowed. Like, how do we do a double disadvantage? No, since Pathfinder has all these subsystems that the GM can use to apply, he applied them one at a time in a modular fashion, and this allowed for a very interesting fight.
Yep.
Like, I didn't even think of it, but totally, if the bear actually hit me, we could have seen the poison effect.
Oh, yeah. Yep, no, but he's swinging.
I need to remember that because I just didn't get hit yet. That's
right.
I do wish, like, this is one of those things that it's super cool, level 1 to 3, and afterward, like, no enemy is gonna care.
Right. If you keep getting hit, you'll keep giving it multiple doses of it, and I believe every dose ups the DC by 2. So eventually, you might start caring.
That would be cool. I gotta look up that rule.
Yeah, poisons are a little convoluted.
Is it like a poison specific? I mean, a poison general rule instead of the specific one. Okay, I should look into that then.
Yes, multiple doses of poison increase the DC by 2. That's right.
That is super cool, actually. Yeah. I agree.
That's goes with what they say. The dose makes the poison.
So also, like, one of the things that look, I'm ready to keep on talking. I'm sorry. I know.
No worries.
We're
running late. Great.
It's one of the things I enjoy is being able to, because there's so many roles in Pathfinder, you can build a super cool, unique character and figure out how does he fit in the world, and which part of the world does he fit in, especially when you have stuff like the poison minion, which is a feat you can have if you work like amongst the drow.
Yeah.
As like slave labor, which is so specific.
They are great for bottom-up character design, where you make the crunch of the character, and then you think, like, what does this all do? What does this all tell me about the character,
Yeah. And it also doesn't tell me about the character, it tells me about drow society.
That too, yeah.
Like, they are modifying their people as, like, okay, if they're like slaves to, like, push back the first row of troglodytes that are pushing through the territory, I'm gonna modify them with so they poison whatever attacks them.
Yeah, so nothing wants to eat them.
Yeah, gotta keep my slaves alive as long as possible. If they're dead, then they are of no use to me anymore. And it fits the drow so well. It also makes them more sophisticated than just evil elves. They're like they have like.
Oh, I have to step off, guys.
No worries.
Modification going on.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, see you, Conway. Great playing.
Thanks, Conway. It was very fun.
But yeah, I totally agree. It's better than in so many games you have the mechanics, which are like, quite generic and just offhand, and then you have the lore book where you read this giant wall of text of lore. Shadowrun is infamous for this, with these, you're trying to read through rules and then there's this giant wall of text, and at the end of the wall of text you're like, but that didn't tell me any that, you know, that didn't give me any mechanics to play around with. It's nothing. I can't attach this to my character in any sort of way other than just expositing. I think it's part of what leads to games having the talkie talk component, the role play where, you know, people are just kind of yakking at each other and playing patty cake, and then all of a sudden you go into combat mode and there's no more role play. It's just, let's look at, you know, some bingo sheets for an hour.
Yeah, that's a big problem with roll, like saying roll for initiative, being like, it is starting a ritual of, we are performing the combat ritual now.
That's a good point.
And therefore you shift your whole mindset of how you play the game because you're no longer in the roleplay part. And that is weird. That is, at no point does the book state that you're not playing a role-playing game anymore when you roll initiative. It's more of a cultural understanding on how you are like supposed to play role-playing games that is enforced because people do it. So people like they join whatever is the popular thing to do. How does everyone else do? You go on YouTube, it's Matt Mercer, it's Matt Colwell, it's, I don't know, like DC20, it's Professor Dungeoncraft, it's all of those guys, and they all play the way that's like the American way, so to say. And being able to give an alternative to that is super powerful. I hope that people see value in that, because we're still in the phase of getting belittled for role playing in a role playing game, and having to like constantly argue that it should be a core part of the experience.
Right. I mean, there's so often, like, I could pull up, you know, probably any random ability in Pathfinder and all of the flavor text that goes along with it, and it just gets thrown out, you know? It never gets incorporated into the actual gameplay, and it's like, man, isn't that so cool though? The, you know, stuff you just mentioned with the poison servant, with the way that Pathfinder describes how spellcasting works. It always gives you this material component, the somatic component, the hand gestures, and it's telling you, you know, it's giving you ideas of how to role play that. But and it's something
giving you ideas of like how to imagine what is happening in the game.
Yeah.
And people are down with imagining it, but not many people do the extra step to describe it to the other people at the player. That's why That's why I made the whole video. You know? If you never say what's happening in your head, it never happened.
Right.
Because like in the end, you have to communicate with words, right? Like we are not psychic enough yet.
Yeah, we've unfortunately not developed that technology yet. Maybe one day, but
we gotta want to highlight the last comment here.
Yeah, sure. I half agree with this. You should always go with what makes players feel amazing over being too petty about small rules. Yeah, you shouldn't be antagonizing your players as the GM for sure. And you shouldn't, you know, being petty over, you know, the little mechanics here and there. Like I just quickly reminded Nicholas that you crit on that one on a 19 because he's using a scimitar, which crits on a 19 and a 20. And just reminded him very quickly to roll on that. You know, it took me no time because I didn't want to cheat him of that moment. At the same time, though, I also don't want to rule in favor of the players just to give them a leg up, right?
It's the player's responsibility to know what their characters can do,
right?
And I picked Fates, like Scorpion Stance, and I wanted to showcase some martial arts of the character and how to express that in combat. So I'm gonna use Hamstring. I'm not sure if it's good, if it's useful, but I think it makes sense.
Ended up being really useful.
Yeah, it turned out to be really useful. And you also role-played the bear in a way that made sense to be blinded and crippled, so to say, right, in that moment.
Yeah. But I do tend to agree, though, in the event that you're not sure, you should err on the side of the players because in this case, the thing should have only been blinded for one round, not both rounds. Because just like, and this is a consistency in the rulings, for every 5 you get over the CMD, the condition from Dirty Trick goes up by another round. So great. I don't even have to remember 2 different things, really. I just remember the one thing.
Yeah.
You beat it, great, the thing happens. You beat it by 5 or more, you get one more round, and so on and so forth.
And
so,
it's good for me to memorize that too, because I can then drop that info.
Yeah. So now I should
Hands
have
rounds, striking him for 2 rounds. And it's okay, it's mechanical talk, but it's so
we are playing a game, it's a lot different than, spitting out the quick, mechanical adjudication is a lot different than hold on, let me open the PDF. What is it again? And then we have to make a cut because God knows how much time has passed. Nobody remembers where they were. Nobody remembers whose turn it was, and we have to basically go through the whole ritual of starting the session again. Is really what happened. So like sometimes we've shortened it as like, oh, you have to, it takes you a while to start getting back into character. It's really more than that. It's like you'll see so much time wasted in these sessions because they have to like basically recap back from reading the rules and go, okay, so you're here, and then the bear was the bear grappled? No, I broke free of the grapple, remember? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Is the bear standing between you and the door, or can you just walk to the door? Conway could have asked those questions to get a clarifying answer, or he could have adjudicated, oh, the bear is between me and the door. I'm stuck here.
Yeah. And we even had a little bit of a messy situation in that scene, which I like that occasionally because fights are messy. Where because you guys had effectively held your turn without saying that's what you were doing when you were setting it up as you two, you and Shair distracting while Philippe stepped behind it with his rapier. And so Conway goes out of turn for a moment and stabs the rapier in the back, technically a turn early. But because we all you two were prompting him, hey, do your thing, we'll distract the bear.
Very much so. In my head, I was almost about to say slapping the door frame with the poker, aiding Philippe. Like name dropping aid as a thing that I'm doing. I ended up not saying it because, like when you're in the moment, you just make a call at the moment. Like, do I say 8 or do I don't say?
And I knew what he was trying to do with the cut to try and blind it. I was like, oh, he's doing Dirty Trick because we'd had the session 0. We had talked about what abilities, what feats these characters have, and I don't need to memorize your whole character sheet, but it's I know what you're trying to do. You don't need to,
Also, we are not trying to hide what we can do to the game master.
Yeah,
which is a whole other can of worms of players showing up with. Don't worry about it, Game Master.
Yeah. I took it from 17 different splat books you've never heard of, and 1 third-party book, and
I cooked up a little special surprise. It's do I want to know what the surprise is?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
But let's see. A mistake I made was one of my players was an assassin that I gave a special ability. My mistake was nerfing him because the Mook had 1 HP left. I should have just let the guy die so we could keep going. Yeah, exactly. Fussing over I always mention it where you're playing in modern games and your player character has a gun to the back of some guy's head and he pulls the trigger and you're like, roll to hit? Huh? Why?
Gun to the back of the head, so he takes 1d8 damage.
Damage. Every other time you do it is the 1 in a million shot where the bullet just goes through the parts of the brain that aren't necessary for functioning, and then he spins around and it's no.
It's one of the funny things of the Warhammer 40k game, the old ones, Dark Heresy and stuff. You take the shot in point blank range and you roll a 4 or 94. I don't know which one is the failure. You just roll bad, unlucky. The natural 1 roll happens and well, I guess you miss now. And it turns into XCOM. It turns into comedy beats.
Right. People mention that issue with the D20, and I think the tone that you play with it matters a lot too, because it's like this is not,
Yes.
oh, haha, the bear misses again. It was they're stumbling around in the dark. This bear is blinded in its eyes. It's fucking pissed because it's been, stabbed and punched and all sorts of stuff.
Also, I did the thing when you narrate something, right? I did the reverse trick. I re-narrated what the game master says to describe what my character was doing as you miss.
Yeah.
Literally pulling back like a fucking, what's it called, like Mamba move, getting under a stick, then throwing myself back onto my feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other maneuver, and then like hiding behind my arms, hiding my head behind my fists, and stuff like that, which gives me an opportunity. Like a lot of game masters, they're a bit too precious about the descriptions, but it gives
Right.
me the opportunity to make my character look badass, the way that I imagine him to be.
Yeah. And I have probably the opposite issue, if anything, where I describe things very flatly, very matter of fact. I will occasionally add some flavor to it, but
Yeah.
I want to let the players play, and it gives me a chance to look at what's in the next room real quickly. It gives me a chance to sort of
True.
visualize the space and think of some descriptors of what's going on. Get into the character of an NPC, because the GM's having to jump from character to character.
Yeah.
One moment I'm a bear, the other moment I'm a drunk servant. So,
So if you watch more of our episodes, which you can find in the live sections of the YouTube channel, look out for how often the game master just re-narrates whatever the player just said they're doing. If you watch games online, you see they say, "Well, I stabbed the witch and I roll an 18 and." I like turn around for like a half circle as I swing my blade through the witch.
so you
And
stab the
game
witch,
master-
and
Yeah, exactly. He
It's
literally
like-
explains everything again back to the player.
it's like, and at its best, it's like, yeah, man, I just said it. It was 5 seconds ago. We don't need the recap. At worst, though, you'll see GMs changing the player's description of what it is they did.
Yeah.
Like,
Not just they changed the description, they changed the nature, they changed
Yeah.
like the tone of the attack.
note, even Matt Mercer does that. I say even Matt Mercer, but lauded big time GM guy does it professionally. Is
Who's done it for a decade by now, by the way.
something like that, yeah. As see in one of his games, a late game, like hundreds of sessions into something, he will describe a character is shooting an arrow at this like dragon, this like half dragonid man, and he describes how the shot conveniently misses the man but hits one of these crystals behind him, and is like, oh, hey, these crystals are the thing you're supposed to hit because the boss is immune unless you blow up these crystals. And it was just like they
Oh, really?
yeah, I think
Interesting.
even the comments were even mentioning that in the comments underneath their video on that, which was like, that was a little heavy-handed from Matt. And I would go further and say that was very heavy-handed, of like, he didn't describe that he was shooting at. Now, if he missed, there's another thing the crunch can help you with, where like Pathfinder will say, if you miss by 1, yeah, you'll hit the thing that's right next to whatever you were aiming at, which is cool.
Yeah, and sometimes it's like the nature of the attack of, okay, he misses, but in what way? And does it like arc, or does it just fall down?
But this was a hit.
Yeah.
Matt just decided that the hit was
the hit
on
is describing the crystal getting hit.
Yeah, was on a thing that the character was not aiming at, and it was like, that would have been so much cooler for them to find out during the fight. The arrow sinks in, the guy just rips it out, laughs it off, and just keeps walking forward.
The tension should be 2 full combat turns, hitting this monster over and over again, 300 damage, whatever. They're level 15, who knows?
Yeah.
And then not like it doesn't get hurt.
Yeah,
no
like,
effect.
What the fuck? Yeah, like this
exactly,
thing should
like
be
in the first
dead
round,
twice
like
over.
we like punch harder, like cast more spells. And in the second round, you're like, what is going on? Like, we are draining. I'm running out of spells. I'm getting exhausted.
Yeah,
I'm
we can't keep
bleeding.
doing this. There must
Yeah.
be something we're missing.
It's one of the things I love if I play a character and I just like have the thing I do, right? I attack them, I sling my spells, I shoot my bow, my arrow through the bow. I do it if I miss 3 times, or if I fail to strike to hurt 3 times, I change my entire approach
Yeah.
to like in character. It's like, this is not working. What else can I do?
Yeah.
I got a healing potion. I got scroll around. I need a better point. What's it called? Vantage point to shoot from. I need to think this through.
That was something I forgot to do with the bear. I usually say something like "it's a killing blow" and then just let them,
Yeah, that's
let
what I
them
did.
describe it.
Fucking
Yeah.
choked it out.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it's dead. I know. Don't worry. I know.
Yeah.
As
I'll
I
finish
choke
it
him
off.
out anyways.
Yeah. Yep. But
It's
yeah,
like, it's slowly dying. I don't care.
yep. I'll have to remember that for.
And even it's like, okay, I don't need the heroic moment of killing the bear, because I'm now like snuggling this bear rug on the floor as I choke it out. It's like
Yeah.
super.
Yeah,
It's just
there
looks
were
so funny.
There were comedic moments in the session, but it was diegetic. It was funny. It would have been funny in the moment. A bit of levity to break up the tension.
Yeah. If it like happens,
Yeah.
that's how it would happen, because it's magical. It's a rug. It's,
Yeah. Like
it's it's what my dwarf would do.
Yeah. Yeah, like nobody died in the pit, and everybody's kind of laughing like, God damn it. Of course, after everything goes off basically without a hitch, we fall into the fucking classic, the oldest trick in the book.
You should have ended it right there as you fall into the pit.
Thought about it. Just that sitting at the bottom of the pit, like, God damn it.
That would have been hilarious, by the way. C stamp of approval.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah.
Anything else, or do you want to stop
I
it here?
think that should be about it. I got to get ready for a private class I got to teach. I see that
good.
one of you guys got the invite link in there.
There was a mentioning like they didn't see the invite link. It's
someone
because
didn't see. Yeah, Bramcross, you didn't see it.
When you post a link in the chat, I think links that just get auto blocked. So
yeah.
you might have posted yourself, Flame Zombie.
Yes,
because it's your channel.
Where is the link? Because when
it's in the rules channel.
It's in the rules channel. Because I was like, when I go to grab an invite link, it tells me I don't have permission to do that.
Yeah. At the very top, rules channel.
Rules.
Where all the rules are listed.
Browse channels. Rules. There we go. Jeez. Please use this to invite people to the server. Good Lord. All right. Post comment. Boom.
Perfect.
Okay. Hopefully that sticks around for you. If it doesn't, I will post it in the description ex post facto. And for those of you that are catching up or just skipping to the end here, thanks for watching. Let us know in the comments what you thought of this after you guys watch it. I know a couple of you guys are just catching us here at the end. So if you do catch up, either with this or the whole series, that's very flattering. We don't do this for money. We're not doing it for the fame. We're just doing it for the fun of roleplay and to spread.
We just want a little bit of fame,
Just a little bit of fame.
We want to feel good about it.
We want more people to get into the style, because if you're like us, you notice the same problems in the hobby over and over again. But it's felt like ramming your head into it because of how complex these games are, and this hobby is not even mechanically complex, just the act of role playing.
Yeah,
even as simple as
there's so much to be gained by role playing in a role playing game that is different from acting, that is different from improv. That is also different from like adventure gaming, like Gloomhaven or board game
or Hero Quest.
Hero Quest. Yeah, it's unique, and yet the way people role play these games they have the whole culture of beers and pretzels, and like stepping out of character and bantering, that it removes a lot of opportunity, so to say. And we want to change that. And like, I'm sorry that I keep yapping. But
No
that
worries.
thing when they posted the what was it, Dungeon Academy for 2 days at a real castle with like big names, like who is it? Not Moorcock. The guy that was in the Pathfinder forward.
Oh gosh. Not
Have like
Jason. Monty Cook.
Yeah, Monty Cook, he's there as one of the guests talking about it, how to be a game master, how to be a professional game master. They got like startplaying.com guy showing up and big names, and they're asking just for $1,000 entry fee for you to show up for 2 days to listen to them talk how to roleplay in a role-playing game, and none of them do what we say you should do. It's so completely different. Like what you learn is how to be a host, how to be a game designer,
Yeah.
right? How to work in the industry. But none of them answers the questions of how to roleplay. Like how to balance a game is unimportant to the question of roleplay, to the question
How do you make
of,
your game make sense? How do you make
Yeah.
it a believable world that not a realistic world? People mix those two things up. Not realistic, but grounded.
Yeah,
But
$1,000,
believable
like
that
$999 for silver, and they have like 1,500 for the other one, and over 2,000 for the platinum rank, because it's
Yeah.
always fucking
Yeah,
cringe name.
yeah, it's nuts.
It's like you get to stay at a castle, but you don't
Yeah.
sleep there. You sleep at the hotel, like next
Right, right.
which you pay separately as well. Don't worry, like which is
Meanwhile, we're doing some real camping, and I will have we just got today organized a photographer, so a guy who will be in his future clothes with his future scrying device looking at us. So
Click, click.
I'll hopefully be able to post lots of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what's coming up to the channel. Hopefully next month. God, next month, a couple weeks actually, like October 10th, 12th. And that being said, again, that's our whole sort of modus operandi. We don't all agree with each other. The profile picture jokingly says the cult of the role playing elite. It is a tongue in cheek joke, but yeah, it's
I think it's tongue in cheek because we demand that you like sacrifice your darling.
yes,
right?
yes,
You have to kill your darling before you can start role playing a different way.
right.
Because the biggest issue people have, which I fully understand, is first you have to let go of all of the old habits that you've developed over 10 years, 20 years, 40 years, and realize that there is a better way.
Yep.
And people don't want to think that way because it means that, wait, did the way I played before, was that bad?
Right.
And then they get angry and like they get emotional, they get all of these
Yep.
things, and you go through the 7 stages of grief.
Yep. And then for a lot of people that those stages
green.
just repeat over and over again. People find out, this campaign fell apart. On to the next one, and then it happens. Maybe that one goes okay,
Bye, Tyler.
and then the one after that goes on, and then that one falls apart. And you're like, man, I don't know what's happening here. I'm getting GM burnout. And you'll have a million of the same videos that they all acknowledge the same problems.
I have burnout. Well, what do you do about it? All right, I should have prepped more. Then you would have been
It's
ready.
like, prepped more. Are you mad?
You already have the whole universe planned out. You have every single room with a battle map, with all the monsters and all the stats and all the rules, and you did all of the balance and all of the gold, and still nobody showed up to roleplay at your role-playing game.
Right,
Why is
exactly.
that? Because you're not enforcing a culture that nurtures roleplay, that like fosters being in character, that like encourages speaking in character, even if it will give you disadvantage.
Yeah.
Like my dwarf giving up the gold and the gems of a super rich guy that was clearly evil, and we clearly deserve it. We put our lives on the line. Like the Baroness could like go after the fact, be like, where did all the money, guys? Where did all the money go, guys? You know,
Yeah.
and
And
like get it back from us. But
Yeah.
but making the choice of it's not what my character would do, and we get the moment to talk about it in character with all the other characters, and nobody at the table groans and says, "Who cares? Just move on. I want to go to the kobolds, man." Because that's what always killed me at like all the other tables over the last 10 years. It's you have one of those players that does that and kills my joy of the
Yeah.
hobby. If like, well, I guess we just move on,
yeah,
and
yeah.
you miss all of these
And
opportunities.
it's kind of like move on to what it's almost skipping the show for the commercials and not the opposite, the other way around.
Yeah.
It's kind of backwards, where it's like, if the role-playing game doesn't interest you at all, and you keep getting GM burnout and you keep getting all these other things, well, probably there's a better medium to do what you want to do, right?
Yeah.
Or
That's why-
on the other hand, if you like the role play part of things, if you, like me, find yourself noticing, like, man, every session we have, like, in 2 hours, like 3 cool moments that are memorable, and then the rest of it is bookkeeping, and you want more of those cool moments, but you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You still do want to play the game. 4D might be for you, or 3D for that matter, or this whole thing that we're working on. We're still codifying it. So thank you all for watching to us ramble here. Thank you all for watching. What was your favorite part in the session, if you watched the whole thing? Or if you
Getting
didn't,
punched in the face by the dwarf. Hi-ya!
yeah, just shoot out what you thought was cool. All right. Thank you, guys. I'll see you.
Good night.